Councilman Cavanagh, do you hear us okay?
I can hear you, Chris. Can you hear me?
Okay, we don't hear you.
Oh no. Heavens. Okay. I'm getting
right,
audio on my end, so at least it's going into the microphone.
Looks like it could be on your end.
Okay.
Garrett, do you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you and I can hear Luke, no problem.
Okay, I had the volume off. Try now.
Check one.
Perfect, thank you.
Get with the program.
Good. Don't ask me to tell any more terrible jokes, please.
I promise. Thanks.
Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is October 8th, 2024 at 6 p.m. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh?
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts?
Here.
Councilman Taylor?
Here.
Councilman Upperton?
Here.
Councilman Whitlock?
Here.
Councilwoman Strader?
Here.
Mayor Simison?
Here. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. All right, next item up is that no one signed up for the community invocation. Is that correct? Okay. Then we'll move on to adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
it's like we don't have any changes that are needed to the agenda, so I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
Have a motion, a second, to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
Have a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so next up is public forum. Mr. Clerk, anybody sign up on that?
Mr. Mayor, nobody signed up tonight.
Okay, then we will move on to action items. First item up is item 7, public hearing for the Oaks North subdivision number 5, H 2024-0042. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Linda Ritter. So tonight we are here for the Oaks North subdivision number 5 vacation. The property consists of 0.156 acres of land. It's zone R8 and it's located at 5449 West Daphne Drive. So the applicant is requesting approval to vacate a 1-foot portion of a permanent easement for public utilities, pressure irrigation and lot drainage encumbering the subject site. The aforementioned easements have been reestablished as a result of an approved property boundary adjustment and subsequent recording of the quitclaim deed, which formally established a new property boundary. The vacation of this portion of the easement will allow the home already constructed on the subject project to no longer be located in the subject easement. The lot originated when the Oaks North subdivision number 5 final plat was recorded as instrument number 2021-042866 on March 16th, 2021. The lot was subsequently adjusted as a result of the property boundary adjustment, which was approved on March 29th, 2024. There were no written testimonies for this application. So the applicant is here if you have any questions, but at this time, I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to make any comments? Okay, the applicant is waiving. Ms. Clerk, this is a public hearing. Do you want to sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor did not grab off the back table because this went so fast. Nobody here, and I'll grab it off the table, but we should just ask.
Okay. Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item, or anybody online who'd like to provide testimony? If you're here, you can come forward at this time, or online, use the raise your hand feature. Seeing nobody signed up, no one coming forward and no one raising their hand, does the applicant waive on any file comments? Applicant waives. Council, your direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
move that we close the public hearing on item 7.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second, to close the public hearing on item 7. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I view this as a sort of administrative change based on our prior approvals. It's very straightforward. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2024-0042 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second, to approve item 7. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 8, which is a public hearing for Bradshaw Corner subdivision, SHP 2024-003. 0003. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. So next item on the agenda is the Bradshaw Corner subdivision. The applicant is requesting a short plat to subdivide an existing property into 2 building lots in the R4 zoning district. The site consists of 0.508 acres of land located at 735 West Cherry Lane. The proposed density of 4 units per acre is consistent with the density desired of 3 to 8 units per acre in the medium density residential flume map. As shown on the screen, the existing zoning is R4. The flume designation is medium density residential. So access is proposed via common driveway off of Northwest 8th Street. And there is an existing home proposed to stay on Lot 1 with a new garage currently in for permitting with the city and 1 accessory structure on the property that is proposed to remain on Lot 2. Both structures currently comply with setback standards in the UDC. However, the accessory structure cannot remain alone on Lot 2. The applicant shall apply for a new residential permit to construct a new home, convert part of the structure into a dwelling with adequate parking, or remove the structure from Lot 2 prior to city engineer's signature. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and we have not received any public comments at this time, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Nick. Council, any questions for staff? Yeah. Is the applicant here? Would you like to make any comments? The applicant is waiving. Unless council has any comments for the applicant? Okay. Is there anybody that signed up for this item?
Mr. Mayor, their names, nobody marked they wanted to speak.
Okay. Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? Seeing no one rushing up to the podium and or raising their hand online, applicant waive. Any final comments? Applicant waives final comments. Council, your direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
real quick, maybe a quick question for staff. On this, I guess, secondary structure that will need to come down, what's the timetable for that to have to be removed?
Mr. Mayor, President Cavanagh. So yeah, as far as the timetable on that, if they choose to remove it, which I believe the applicant is going to be building a new single-family home on it, they just have not applied for it currently. It would just have to be removed prior to the city engineer's signature on the plat, which would really be the next steps in the process for them to actually record it, is that city engineer's signature. But, as far as with that, it will probably I would say it would take a little bit of time for us to get to that point. So they have time to get an application in to either build that single family, and as long as we have the application in progress, it's a plat that could be recorded.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm happy to make a motion if there's no public testimony. It sounded like the applicant waived. I move that we close the public hearing on item 8.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on item 8. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
What I like about this application is it's a nice example of a very small infill project. And I think it's a nice fit here. It fits with the zoning and the density that we had contemplated in our comprehensive plan. I think it makes good sense. So with all of that in mind, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number SHP 2024-0003 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 8. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh,
Aye.
Little Roberts, Taylor,
Aye.
Overton, Strader,
Aye.
Midlock.
Aye. All ayes, and the item is agreed to. Thank you and good luck. With that, we'll move on to item 9, which is the public hearing for Apex FAR subdivision H 2024-0014. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next applications before you tonight are a request for a development agreement modification, a rezone, and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 131.89 acres of land. It's zoned R4, R8, and R15, and is located on the west side of South Locust Grove Road, north of East Lake Hazel Road. The subject property, except for the R2 zone portion, was annexed in 2015 with an R4 zoning district as part of the South Meridian Category A annexation, which included multiple properties and property owners. A placeholder R4 zoning district was approved with individual development agreements for each property owner. And that was Arbor Ridge, Brighton Investments LLC, SCS Brighton LLC, and Mergerdio Limited Partnership, which require modification prior to the development of the property to approve any proposed development plan. In 2020, a modification to the existing development agreements for Brighton Investments LLC, SCS Brighton LLC, and Mergerdio Limited Partnership was approved, which replaced those agreements with one new agreement for Apex. A rezone was approved for much of the subject property from the R4 to the R8 and R15 districts. The Arbor Ridge R4 zone property along the northern boundary was under different ownership at that time and was not included in the rezone, but is part of the subject rezone application. A preliminary plat was also approved for Apex Northwest subdivision, which included the R15 zone portion of the subject property at the southeast corner. The conceptual master plan included in the development agreement depicts future development with no specific development plan for the areas not included in the preliminary plat, with the general street layout on the land southwest of the Williams Gas Pipeline and a future school at the northwest corner of Locust Grove and Crescendo. In 2021, the R2 zone portion of the property was annexed with a development agreement and included as a lot in Schaefer View Terrace subdivision. This lot was depicted as a future phase with no specific development plan. A preliminary plat was approved in 2021 for Apex West subdivision, which included the lot in Schaefer View Terrace subdivision and a portion of the subject property. A portion of this property is included in the subject preliminary plat. The remainder will be part of the Apex West subdivision. The comprehensive plan future land use map designations for this property are low-density residential, medium-density residential, and mixed-use community with a future school designation. The applicant is requesting a modification to the development agreement to include the South Meridian, Arbor Ridge property, and portions of the property annexed with Schaefer View Terrace and Apex in a new development agreement with an updated conceptual development plan as shown. These properties will no longer be subject to the previous development agreements. The proposed development plan is generally consistent with the future land use map. The future school previously planned at the northwest corner of Locust Grove and Crescendo was shifted to the south side of Lake Hazel, east of Locust Grove. A rezone of a total of 38.69 acres of land from the R2 to R8, R15, and R4. Let me back up on that. A rezone of a total of 38.69 acres of land from the R2 to R8, and that consisted of 0.76 of an acre. R15 to CC, which consisted of 6.66 acres, and R4 to R8, which consisted of 31.27 acres, is proposed. The area proposed to be rezoned to R8 is designated medium-density residential on the comprehensive plan future land use map, except for a 0.76 acre portion, which is designated low-density residential. The area proposed to be zoned CC is designated mixed-use community. The proposed zoning is consistent with the associated future land use map designations. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 381 single-family residential building lots, 6 commercial building lots, and 60 common lots on 131.89 acres of land in the R8, R15, and CC zoning districts, and is a re-subdivision of a portion of Schaefer View Terrace subdivision, the remainder of which will be included in the Apex West final plat. The plat is proposed to develop in 7 final plat phases, as shown on the phasing plan on the right. The minimum lot size proposed is 4,180 square feet with an average lot size of 8,021 square feet. A gross density of 2.84 units per acre with a net density of 5.43 units per acre is proposed, which is consistent with the density desired in the medium-density residential future land use designation. A mix of front-loaded and alley-loaded single-family residential units in a variety of different lot sizes are proposed, with larger lots along the northern boundary to provide a transition to the rural lots to the north of the far lateral. Access is proposed via the extension of East Quartz Creek Street and East Trenton Street at the project's west boundary, and from South Locust Grove Road via South Apex Way and East Crescendo Street. An emergency access is proposed at the north boundary via South Margaret Avenue. Several common driveways are proposed as depicted on the plat. The driveway in Block 12 exceeds the maximum number of units on one side of the driveway, which will either require removal of one lot or an application for alternative compliance to this standard. Stub streets are proposed for future extension and interconnectivity with adjacent and future development in Apex Pinnacle. A collector street is stubbed to the north, which will extend to East Amity Road with future development, and South Apex Way will extend to South Locust Grove Road as a collector street in accord with the master street map. Cross-access, ingress, egress easement should be provided between all of the commercial lots. Private streets are planned for access to the rear-loaded homes in blocks 2 and 23. Because ACHD won't allow these streets to be public alleys due to some of these lots not having frontage on a public street. Staff is concerned the provision of private streets in these blocks will create addressing issues for the units having frontage on 2 named streets, which will likely create confusion and delays for emergency responders. Therefore, staff recommends Block 2 is reconfigured so that public alleys may be allowed and addressing can be from the adjacent public street. If council does not support this recommendation, staff alternately recommends the lots not fronting on a public street are addressed from the adjacent public street with directional signage provided at the public street, and private streets are not provided. Block 23 at the southeast corner of the development consists of rear-loaded single-family residential units on the west side and commercial uses on the east side. The UDC requires a minimum 25-foot wide densely landscaped buffer to residential uses on the CC zone property. The applicant is requesting council approval of no buffer on the CC property with the provision of a 15-foot wide common mu lot on the residential portion, which will include landscaping and a sidewalk. An additional 10 feet of landscaping is proposed in the front yard setback area of each residential lot, which totals 25 feet between the front of the houses and the commercial property line. If council is amenable to the applicant's request, staff recommends the common area mu is increased to a minimum width of 20 feet consistent with the linear open space standards, and includes landscaping in accord with the standards for buffers to adjoining uses. Although Block 23 is in the mixed-use community designated area, and a mix of uses are anticipated in this area, staff is not supportive of the proposed layout with the residential units fronting on the parking lot or the commercial area with only a 15-foot wide common area in between and no berm or wall as a buffer to shield the homes from vehicle headlights in the parking area. In accord with the mixed use and mixed use community concept diagrams in the concept plan as shown, staff originally recommended a north-south public street be provided between the residential and the commercial lots for addressing purposes for the east-facing residential units, which is an issue with their proposed layout, similar to that in Block 2, and the access drives for the residential units be constructed as alleys instead of named private streets, as shown in the recommended layout on the right. This would provide an on-street parking area for guests and a transition and separation between land uses. Because this solution doesn't meet ACHD offset requirements for access points to a collector streets, staff is recommending the residential lots and uses are removed from Block 23, and all of Block 23 is developed with commercial uses in Zone CC. This is the existing layout on the left. This was staff's recommended layout, but as I mentioned, ACHD will not allow this layout with the public street due to offset requirements. There are several site constraints that affect the design and layout of this project as follows. The Carlson lateral runs along the northwest boundary of the site. The far lateral runs along the northeast boundary of the site at the highest elevation of the project. The McBurney lateral will be piped and is located in the southeast portion of the project. The Watkins drain runs through the northwest quadrant. The Williams Northwest gas pipeline bisects this site within a 75-foot wide easement. There is an existing sewer trunk line on the northwest corner of the property in a 25-foot wide easement, and there are slopes between 7 and 12% along the northeast boundary of the site within the area shown in red on the map. Due to these constraints, the applicant requests a waiver from council to the maximum block face length standard of 750 feet without an intersecting street or alley. Block faces are allowed to extend up to 1,000 feet where a pedestrian connection is proposed between streets within the block. The face of Block 12 along West Precipice Drive is approximately 2,500 feet. There are 2 pedestrian connections proposed within the block that provide pedestrian access between the streets. The far lateral runs along the north side of the street at the highest point of the development. The face of Block 12 along West Vertex Drive is approximately 1,500 feet in length. The 1 pedestrian connection is proposed within the block that provides pedestrian access between streets. Traffic calming is proposed in the form of a 29-foot wide street section for West Precipice Drive along the far lateral, which will only allow parking on one side of the street, and bulb outs and choke points at pedestrian crossings as shown. A landscape plan was submitted with a preliminary plat that depicts street buffer and common open space landscaping for the development. A fencing plan was also submitted as shown on the right. Multi-use pathways are proposed within the Williams pipeline easement and along Locust Grove Road. A minimum of 15% or 18.93 acres based on 126.2 acres of residential area. Qualified open space is required to be provided in the R8 and R15 zoning districts. A total of 36.1 acres or 29.1% is proposed at almost double the required amount. Site amenities totaling a minimum of 26 points from each category are required to be provided. Amenities totaling 30 points are proposed, consisting of 2 fitness courts, a dog park, and 2 education gardens from the quality of life category, a swimming pool with changing facilities and restrooms, and 2 tot lots and natural play areas from the recreational activity category, 0.37 mile of pathway aligned with linear open space, and 1.61 miles of multi-use pathways from the pedestrian or bicycle circulation system category, and a bicycle repair station from the multimodal category. Several conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed single-family residential detached homes in the development as shown. There are some single-family attached units proposed in Block 23, but no concept elevations were submitted for those. A mix of single-story and two-story homes are proposed that include a variety of siding styles with masonry accents in a variety of colors and design elements and features with varying roof profiles and wall modulation that demonstrate the high quality of development proposed. No elevations were submitted for the commercial portion of the development. The commission recommended approval with the provisions recommended by staff and changes requested by the applicant and agreed upon by staff as noted in section 4 of the staff report. I'll just go over a summary of the commission public hearing. Amanda McNutt and John Wardle, Brighton Corporation, the applicant's representative, testified in favor of the application. Julie Edwards and Melissa Fulkerson commented on the application. Written testimony was received from the applicant, Amanda McNutt, in response to the staff report. Key issues of discussion were the request from the neighbors on Mary Lane for trees to be provided within the buffer along the south side of the far lateral from approximately Locust Grove Road to Margaret Lane for screening purposes. The applicant is amenable to providing trees in this location, provided there is adequate area to do so outside of the far lateral easement or through a license agreement with the irrigation district. Opinion that people living in the residential units facing the commercial development in Block 23 would not want to look out their front windows into a parking lot. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. The requested waiver to block face standards in regard to both faces of Block 12 and the associated site constraints. The requested reduction of the buffer to residential uses on the commercial property in Block 23 and proposed design with the parking lot for the commercial uses abutting the residential property, generally not in favor of the proposed design. And concern pertaining to addressing for the lots that have frontage on a public street that are accessed off of a named private street and confusion that may occur for emergency responders. The commission made the following changes to the staff recommendation. At the recommendation of staff, the commission approved the applicant's request to remove the requirement for a 10-foot wide detached sidewalks to be provided along all collector streets in lieu of on-street bicycle lanes consistent with the 5-foot wide sidewalks constructed in the adjoining Apex developments. Only 5-foot wide detached sidewalks are required by the UDC. Modification to the condition requiring a revised landscape plan to be submitted to add that it shall be required with submittal of the final plat application, and modification to the condition requiring alternative compliance to the common driveway standards to allow 4 lots on one side of the driveway in Block 12 to be submitted with the final plat application, if that is requested. The outstanding issues for City Council tonight, the applicant requests council approval of the following. Deletion of the requirement for a north-south public street to be provided between the residential and the commercial lots in Block 23. As I mentioned, this is not allowed by ACHD due to the offset requirements. And they did state to me that there would be no waiver policy on that matter. Deletion of the requirement for the revision to the lot layout, in Block 2 to comply with ACHD's requirements for public alleys, which was required so that the lots only have frontage on one named street rather than 2. Deletion of the requirements for a sidewalk to be provided on the north side of West Precipice Drive. This is a UDC standard that cannot be waived. A waiver to exceed the maximum block face allowed in Block 12 along West Precipice Drive and West Vertex Drive due to the previously noted site constraints. And a waiver to not provide a 25-foot wide buffer to the CC district in the CC district on lots 1, 5, and 6, Block 23 to the abutting residential uses along the west boundary with the provision of a 15-foot wide common area mu on the residential property, which will include landscaping and a sidewalk. As an alternative, staff recommends residential lots and uses are removed from Block 23 and all of Block 23 is developed with commercial uses. If council does not feel the residential lots and uses should be removed and is supportive of the applicant's request for no buffer on the CC zone property, Staff recommends the common area MU is widened from 15 feet to 20 feet, consistent with the minimum width for linear open space areas. Written testimony since the commission hearing. A memo was received from John Wardle, Brighton Corporation, the applicant, in response to the recommendation to council, which includes an exhibit that illustrates the proposed design of the buffer between the residential and commercial uses in Block 23, and an exhibit that shows the proposed layout of Block 23 is consistent with the concept diagram and the comp plan for the mixed-use neighborhood designation. Staff would like to clarify, as noted by the applicant, this property is within the mixed-use community, not the mixed-use neighborhood designation, which allows more intense commercial uses and necessitates more of a transition and separation between land uses. The mixed use and mixed use community concept diagrams in the comp plan, as shown before you here, depict a local or collector road as a transition and separation between single family residential homes and higher density residential and commercial uses. The concept diagram for the mixed use neighborhood designation transitions from single family residential to higher density residential and then commercial uses. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, questions for staff? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is John Wardle. My address is 2929 West Navigator Drive, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Happy to be here with you this evening. I know that everybody has commitments, especially with the new school year. And so I do appreciate you taking the time to let us talk about Apex FAR tonight. I know that some of you wouldn't say are new, but this project does have a little bit of history to it. We started back in 2020, as mentioned by Sonia. And originally the property was brought in as a holding zone. The city did a large annexation in South Meridian so that an investment in sewer could occur. And everything was brought in as an R4 designation with the opportunity to bring forward rezones and preliminary plats in the future. In 2020, when we brought the project in front of council, these were just fields. And we made some statements that we were going to do a few things. One was improve roads. Another one was to build schools. Third one was to connect with parks. Another one dropped kind of in front of us, which we had mentioned kind of offhand. It's like, wouldn't it be great if we had a library? And so I just wanted to highlight some of the things that have happened that we have been involved in since the project started. We have built a mile and a half, or half a mile of Locust Grove and the dueling roundabout. We finished another quarter mile of Locust Grove going over towards Recreation where the new fire station is, and allowed phase 2 of the park to get built. We're currently building, almost done, Locust or Lake Hazel out to Meridian Road, which will complete a 5-lane road section of 1.34 miles. We were able to work with Gem Prep, get them a school site, and they actually were able to open their school before really residents had moved into our neighborhood. And finally, the Meridian Library opened up just last week. And that was an interesting process that we were able to help them meet their goals of their constituents as well. And the last thing we talked about when we did the original approval was an amphitheater. And we've broken ground on the amphitheater, and that should be complete in May of 2025. And so there's been a little bit of history here, but we've also been able to accomplish the things that we wanted to do with Pinnacle. We often refer to it as Apex. There's a reason for that, but so if things get interchanged, it's the same project. So I'll say Apex or Pinnacle tonight. Before you, I thought I could move this. As Sonia mentioned, we're talking about 131 acres and a new preliminary plat for 381 homes, 6 commercial lots and 60 common area lots. And the overall project will have 28.7% qualified open space. This is specific of what we're talking about. The area that's shaded in blue was previously approved under Apex West, and we have other phases that will also come through and that will come through in the future. And then this is the area that is directly south of the far lateral and west of Locust Grove. As Sonia mentioned, there are a few cleanups in terms of rezones that are happening here. All of this property was previously brought in and annexed, but we're doing a little bit of cleanup so it's consistent with the plat that's in front of you. We do have some constraints. As Sonia mentioned, one of the things that's probably most interesting is how much topography is on this site. On the north, the far lateral sits very high. The Williams pipeline is kind of low through the valley, and then we come back up towards where the Watkins is. So this Watkins is here, this blue line kind of cutting through the middle. You have the far on the north, the orange is the Williams pipeline, and we also have sewer lines that are existing. We have the Watkins drain. And so there were a lot of constraints, and probably the most challenging on all of this was topography of the site. And so these are things that we have designed around as we have brought this before you. One of the things that's really interesting here are the opportunities afforded by constraints, that we can do something that's unique with them. There could be a chance to turn our back on the Williams pipeline, which is 75 feet. But I think the city did a very good job of embracing the pipeline in Discovery Park. You wouldn't know that it's there. It goes through Gem Prep as well. We have it coming through our side. In fact, I'll mention that a little bit more when we get to the Block 23. But what we're really trying to do is make that a central amenity, not only for the residents, but we're putting in the city, a city pathway system that allows that to get down to Discovery Park through 10-foot sidewalks on both sides of Locust Grove and Lake Hazel, and eventually go towards the north. So you can see that this cuts through the project. One of the things that's really unique by having that is you can see on this one, there's blue lines and red lines. The blue lines are the hard surface pathway, a 10-foot concrete pathway, but the 5 feet are natural passive pathways that give a different experience, which allows us then to create some gardens for flowers and other things like that. There will be groomed areas, but there will also be some very natural areas as you work through this corridor. And all I think we have about in this apex far about 1.4 miles of pathways that qualify as 10 feet or more. We also will have a new community pool. I'm just gonna back up here really quick. We actually are building right now in Apex West, our second community pool, and our third community pool will be in this phase, Apex Far, which is up here in the corner. So we'll have community pool and clubhouse, outdoor gym, dog parks, and even a bike repair station with all the pathways that we have in the phasing plan. There are just a few issues that Sonia noted, but we feel like we do need to spend a little time on regarding road length, sidewalk, and the mixed use nature of Block 23. Like I said, there are some constraints. When you look at the far lateral and the roadway that we would have up above, the precipice is what it's called, and then there's a roadway down below, which is called vertex. The distance in height is anywhere from 19 to 24 feet between those two roads. That's significant when you're talking about this. And so we looked at this several different ways on how we could make these roadways work. But also with that much elevation, you can't make connections very easily because they exceed the height or the how steep they could be between those two roads. And so in order to accommodate that, we have addressed it through traffic calming, pathway systems, and other things like that. Related to precipice, which is the northern road along the far lateral, we have a number of places where these sections of road are really broken up. So they're not long lengths, and we will have bulb outs and other things, connections that are happening. We do have one section that's over 1,000 feet, but we have pathway connections connecting between vertex and precipice, traffic calming throughout that, a 29-foot street. I believe we have about 26 or 27 lots along precipice total. It's not a through street. It's not a collector. It is really just a local street for those residents, and it's designed that way so that it can accommodate them, but not really as a cut through. The other one is vertex. While we do exceed the block face, you can see that there are a number of roads that are coming through. And so yes, on one side of it, the block face is fairly long, but we have intersecting roads that come into that. And they also come down and connect to the pathway system along the Williams pipeline. We have reviewed these with ACHD, and they have been agreeable with the precipice roadway as a 29-foot roadway and the separation of these as well as the length of those. We're asking council to accommodate our request for the waiver because frankly, there's just not another way to do it without very steep slopes and embankments that would come from north to south. The sidewalk that was talked about just a second ago is really just a sidewalk on the what we'd call the south side of precipice, identified here in blue. There's also pathway connections coming through. It's a 29-foot road. We do have the sidewalk on the one side, and we're asking for your consideration of that request as well. One of the things that we are able to do is a request by the neighbors to the north, the far lateral, which are on still county lots, but they are larger lots, was could we add trees? We went back and looked at the easement area. It looks like we can accommodate trees on the north side. We don't want to cut into that with a sidewalk because we don't, the far lateral is higher than that road. So we don't really want to rip into that, but we can plant trees and that we will be outside of their easement as well. And that's what's demonstrated here. And probably the item that Sonia spent the most time on was block 23. We have talked about this a lot. You can see in the middle of block 23, we are bisected again by the Williams pipeline. We looked at the uses here. The uses that we're anticipating in block 23 from a non-residential perspective are a church, a gym, and daycare. All of the uses that are very easy, very light in nature. We do not feel like they will overload at all, but they do provide some nice mix of uses here. This is not the hard corner. The hard corner is still to the south. And there are intense uses that could happen down there, but we don't see the commercial nature of this one. And true, while Sonia did note accurately that when you look at the comprehensive plan, this is designated as a mixed use community. We never viewed this as a mixed use community block. And we really, she did note it in the last of her presentation, was that we had really designed it based off of what the mixed use neighborhood designation was, where you would have residential, and this is in figure 3D of your comprehensive plan. You would have commercial uses and you'd have parking. We're pretty similar to that, where the parking is right up against the residential uses. It's not a drive, it's not a through lane going through here. It's just internal circulation. And we feel like this does work. We've had experience of this. We know that maybe not everybody is a choice that they would want, but we do need to look at opportunities to be creative and look at good design and consider the mixed use neighborhoods that the city wants. This is a really good opportunity where we have the library just to the south, the new amphitheater, and other things right there. It makes a really good combination of uses in block 23. There were some questions about setbacks, more specifically buffers. It is true that in the between uses that the city does have a standard that there be a 25-foot landscape buffer. I would say oftentimes you have two different developers coming in. You have one developer who wants to do the commercial and you have existing residential or a new residential with existing commercial. We're able to marry both of those together. We do have a 25-foot buffer, but it does vary. We are in a 15-foot common lot, which is shown here in this 15 feet here. And then there is a 10-foot from back of sidewalk to the face of these homes. There is a private little yard, but there's also in the side of their homes, each of these homes would have a yard. There's a 20-foot driveway in the back and a 2-car garage. So we have been thoughtful in the way that we are designing these. These are 2 homes connected, so duplex style. This gives you another visual of how that works. And so while the request is a little different, where you would say we would want the 25-foot buffer on the commercial side, we're coming in to you with a complete plan. We would be the ones that are building this. We would also build the commercial. We can set the tone for this, and we are accommodating and meeting the requirement for a 25-foot buffer with a 15-foot common lot, an MU, and a 10-foot setback from there, and we still meet the requirements. We can enhance the landscaping behind the sidewalk. I think there's some ways that we could add some plantings, whether it be a boxwood or tall grasses that would shield perhaps some car lights. But again, when you consider the uses, they're really daytime uses or weekend uses and not a nuisance in terms of the evening. Just another look at how this would or could work. The comment was made in an email back and forth between us and staff about, life safety and concerns about how this might function practically. We've already done this in Meridian. We have a number of projects where the homes don't necessarily front on either a public road or a private road, but the fire code does allow for signage. And this is just one example that we've done in Bainbridge. You have the same examples in Paramount, where you have these courtyards. There's a series of homes that are around a grassy area, and they do not necessarily front their front door on the road. But working with the fire department, we came up with a way to address this. This is just one location, but in this particular location, there are 3 different signs that show what the addresses are. Are there opportunities to enhance that and improve it? Absolutely. And we welcome that. But this is not a new concept. The way that we're asking for these homes to front here, they very easily can be signed off of the road to the north, which is Crescendo, or the road to the south, which is Phenomenal, in a way that would provide certainty on how life safety could get there. Plus, we also have the parking lot, which would allow access directly into those if it was. So in conclusion, we do concur with the staff report. We appreciate the time that they spent on it. There are just a few little items that we're asking for your consideration. As you move to act on the preliminary plat, the rezone development agreement, we ask that the block lengths be allowed to exceed the face, that we are allowed to do sidewalk on one side, and the mixed use layout, as we've shown, be allowed. We feel confident in our ability to deliver a very livable opportunity in Pinnacle for a mixed use community and neighborhood. And here's one example where we can do that. So I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, John. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
John, real quick, when you showed a kind of an example of the parking and the 25-foot buffer on block 23 in front of the residential, is that one right there. When you go back to the real world example of what that parking lot's going to be laid out for in this block 23, is there going to be, what am I seeing
Here,
right up against the residential where that 25-foot buffer would start? Is that going to be parking parallel to that curb, or is that a not striped parking area?
it would. So there would be a back of curb. So if you look at this exhibit here, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, the parking lot would come up to the 15-foot common lot. So that would be back a curb. Then we would have a landscape area, the sidewalk within 15 feet. And then outside of that, we'd have another 10-foot setback to the front of the home. So a total of 25 feet, but 15 feet of that would be in the common area going right up to the back of curb in that parking lot area.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Overton.
So this is fairly accurate on what you're looking at, which is parallel parking coming up to the front of that?
Yeah, it
This
would
picture.
perpendicular parking.
Perpendicular
Yes,
parking.
yes, that would be fairly accurate. Here's another look at it as well, where these cars could perpendicularly park in front of that common lot.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Councilman Overton.
Just to cover on precipice. I mean, obviously, the length of the road, I completely understand based on what you're dealing with elevations. Walk me through one more time. This sidewalk will only be on the south side of precipice. So what am I looking at on the north side of the road?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, I'm going to show you 2 slides here really quickly. So the blue line here on this exhibit shows where the sidewalk would be. If I go to the next slide, this would be on the north side of precipice. So we would have a curb, and then we would start sloping up to the far lateral, which would all be landscaped anywhere from 28 to 35 feet of landscaping up to their required access. And so we can plant trees in that 28 feet, but there wouldn't be a sidewalk on the north side. So this would be, if you're looking due west, if you're on precipice looking due west in this picture, on the right-hand side, there'd be a curb, and then you would have landscaping going up to the far lateral.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
We always get into this discussion about laterals and different irrigation, and I always forget which is which. How deep is the far lateral, and will there be fencing? What is contemplated on that north side? And just in general for all of the water in your development?
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Strader, in the case of the far lateral, we are not altering it at all. It's outside of, we don't have to do any crossings of it. So we can landscape up to their maintenance area, but this is Bureau Reclamation. They're pretty particular about what they will and won't allow in there. Could we do a open metal fence along that boundary, kind of where at the 28-foot mark? We could. I don't believe that we were anticipating doing that, but if that was something that the council felt strongly about, that would be something we could consider along the far lateral. There are other ones like the Watkins, although it's not in this project, but we have the Watkins, which was approved in Apex West. It was a water feature. It was fairly low, had a pathway along it, no fencing required. This one's not a very deep lateral. It actually takes, it comes off, well, it is the FAR, which is coming over from Lake Hazel. But in this particular section, it's not very deep. But we are not intending to make any alterations within the Bureau Reclamation's controlled facility.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
if you don't mind, I have a couple questions. Okay. I don't know. I get concerned about safety. If you could maybe during this meeting, kind of check into the depth of the lateral, or just give some more color on what the slope is, and just help us understand that. My inclination is usually to require fence, but would love to hear more. If you could go to the aerial,
We did have a few different examples here. And so you have to humor engineers the way that they use their scales, because it will, going up and down, it looks really significant, and it is. But side to side is pretty standard in terms of, so we're talking about 5 feet north to south or up and down on this, but a very significant distance. I think we're at 50-foot increments in between. But you can see that we would be trying to do a 2-to-1 maximum slope coming back from precipice up to the required access that they have. So that's what we would generally be holding along that entire length of the far lateral. This is just a couple. We did 3 different sections here along there. When we get a little bit farther to the east, it flattens out a little bit, so it won't be as steep, but we could have some slopes as much as 2-to-1.
yeah, and what I was trying to understand was more like the lateral itself, like how deep is it? How much water is it, like 2 feet of water, 1 foot of water? Give me an idea. I know it's seasonal too,
Yeah.
so.
Let me see if I can get you an answer during the meeting here.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And then if you could go to the aerial view of block 23.
That one, or do you?
Yeah, that one's okay. Help me understand. So I was trying to understand, what is the structure right in front of?
Right down here?
Yeah.
Let me move my, that's one thing.
Or just right before, so you have these duplexes, I
Yep.
think, right, in the MU, and then like right below that, there's somebody, it's like a building or a parking lot, I'm not sure what that is.
They would also be townhomes or a live-work unit that would be facing towards the amphitheater. That is a use that is allowed in R15, but we would have to bring that back through for not alternative compliance, but for design review. But that's what those are. There would be 6 attached townhomes there that we would hope that we could do as a either live work or maybe even, I'm not sure if we can do vertically integrated in R15, but the idea would be at a minimum to do a live work in those units. So all of that that's shown in red would all be residential in nature.
Yeah, I want to be honest, I'm struggling a little bit. I'm struggling a little bit with kind of a lack of more of a buffer between the commercial component and the residential component. It's interesting. I think what's interesting to me is I think if it was like live work units that I thought were more commercially oriented and kind of a combination of commercial and residential, I might actually be a little more comfortable. If that was like the product that I think was facing the parking lot, then I feel like that's a little more what people signed up for, if that makes sense. Because, you're kind of working out of your house and you're combining those two uses together. I'm going to keep thinking about it during the meeting, but I just kind of wanted to flag that for you. Yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, but I am kind of struggling. I'm a little bit struggling with having these two uses right up against each other, and what I sort of see as a lack of a buffer. And like, I don't love the idea of people looking out at a parking lot either. I also don't love the addressing challenges, and kind of want to understand that a little bit better, how you would do that. So, yeah, just thinking out loud.
John, since we're right here, just maybe, I know we have a very similar situation to this 1 mile away in Reflection Ridge. When you come in off of the main road, Wrightwood, all the units take their address. There's basically a drive aisle that connects Wrightwood to another street, and they're all addressed off of Wrightwood, though none of them have Wrightwood frontage. So I don't know if the standards have changed, but we have not just Cadence, but other residential area within a mile away that has similar types of addressing elements. So have standard changed to your knowledge on this issue? Is that, I mean, you referenced the fire department or that the placing the sign there, and that's what I recall when I drive down Wrightwood. It lists the numbers of the units that are on those shared drive. This has got to be a shared driveway. It's not even a private road. They're just a shared driveway, and I don't know if there's 4 or 6 homes in between there, but any thoughts on, has this been a change standard?
Mr. Mayor, to my knowledge, there's not been a change standard. I believe that that these have been allowed. There are examples in the city, and we've done them as recently, actually in this right here, this example right here, we have, there's a block here. See if I can just highlight it really quickly. That block right there. You can see this green space right there. None of those homes front on a public street. All of these homes in here, that group right there, all address off of Apex. So it does come to us as a little bit of surprise that there's been some resistance to this when we've done it in this project, when we've done it in our Cadence projects, that there are opportunities for really good design. If we aren't going to allow homes to open up in these different examples, we are going to be pretty narrow in what we can design or consider creative. Keep in mind, we aren't doing this without a fair amount of investment. We were very comfortable with this. We've designed this in mind of what we can do here. We feel, in particular in this case, with the other uses that would be a part of Block 23, that this is a good opportunity to have integrated mixed uses. we feel like it would be really unfortunate just to throw them out and say, no, it doesn't really work for us. When in fact, there are different examples. Again, I will I'll be candid. This was mixed use neighborhood in your comp plan or in mixed use community, but the nature of this block 23 is neighborhood in nature. The city contemplated this design. The addressing, there are provisions on how to make the addressing work through fire code, which we have done. So it's not without precedence. And we also feel like it will be very desirable, and these homes will give another opportunity for maybe a smaller lot, but less maintenance in a very desirable community.
I know the Chief Bloom raised his hand because he probably wants to weigh in on this. And I was also going to ask Captain Sosa, because what I don't know is, all I know is when you put in Google, Google shows you where it is. I don't know how our emergency responders respond to, you put in an address. How's it showing you to get there? And maybe, I don't know, Chief Bloom, if you want to go first since you raised your hand like a good boy.
Well, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I've had some pretty at length discussions with our prevention team, and in understanding what the code does allow, it does allow for what the applicant is requesting with the modification of a monument or a sign indicating the addresses which are not visible from a street. And so from that perspective and from the allowance that is provided in the fire code, the fire department does not have any issue with the applicant's request at this time.
Thank you, Chief. Captain Stokes.
Yeah, Mayor, our CAD system, maps the address for us. So the officers use CAD, which will give us, it'll map us to that location. There are occasions where our cell phones are more accurate or up to date, and officers will use those as well. But generally, if all that legwork is done by fire and development and all of that, we don't have any issues getting there. We go to some complex, like apartment complexes and things like that. So we generally figure it out.
I've been on a call where, in a apartment complex where it's been much more difficult to find a building. I didn't know if that was similar when they're addressed this way or not. I was just trying to follow my Google map to get me to an address on Wrightwood to see if I could understand just the written directions. I didn't know if you saw visual as well overlaying where the individual home was. I know generally Google Maps will do that, but I didn't know if our CAD did that or not.
It does to some degree, and you can look at it in kind of different layers, like on Google Maps. You can have kind of an aerial view or more of a artistic view, I guess. I'm not a pro on this, but when it's more looking like a map and not the aerial view.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councilman Schrader, did you have a follow-up for the chief or captain?
Yeah, I guess I'm not totally following. So Chief Bloom, are you saying you're comfortable with this because the fire department would arrive on site and then read the sign and determine the address? Or I wasn't really clear on whether these addresses would be mapped somehow already for your team. Like, if we're just using the example of the sign in Cadence, like, this is a very small sign, in my opinion, to try to identify where you're going if it's not clear. So if you could just provide a little more insight, or do you expect that emergency service would arrive and then hopefully see this sign and then proceed, or would it be mapped ahead of time in some way? How would that work?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Strader. Much of what PD said we can echo. We have very elaborate and detailed, once things are uploaded into our CAD system, as far as addressing and locationing. And again, I think that when we look at, as the applicant has indicated, that there are other examples of this allowance in Meridian currently. We have not encountered a situation where that has been an impediment to our emergency response with the allowance that is allowed within the fire code of a monument or a pillar or a marker that indicates the physical address being on those signs.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm press probably excruciating for everyone, but if you could just
No.
explain, so the CAD system, I'm not following, I'm not tracking with what you're talking about. So would a person be manually putting these addresses into your CAD system upon approval of this development? And so therefore you're not concerned because that system that you're using will have these addresses mapped? Help me understand that. Is that an automated process that we don't have control over that comes from a third party? Like how do those modifications happen in the CAD system?
Councilwoman Strader, that actually is a brilliant question. To answer you honestly, I don't know. I have been an end user of that product, and everything is populated in the system. Now, what I do understand is that once the council of the city and planning approves a development to go in, and as benchmarks are made in the progress of the development, and when there's a certificate of occupancy that gets issued, whatever entity, and I apologize, I do not know who that is, that is updated on our CAD. So it is a living document, if you will. It's a living map, and it is updated periodically, sequentially, to reflect existing and ongoing construction and occupancy.
In short, Ada County is the holder of the map, and they dispatch to all the, so whether it was our police, our fire, or ambulance, or anybody else, they all use the same system, which is a map. As I haven't physically seen the map, that's why I didn't want to answer the question, but they control it all, so everyone sees the same thing. And so yes, it would show on a map that says, here's where you're going, and when they would get there. But people drive in different ways, and so some people may not look at a map, so they may look at the directions, and because it displays in a couple different ways, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, it would show up on a map as this is the address, this is the location, and in theory, you would show up and it would take you there. How it directs you to there, does it take you down? I don't know which street you would, in theory, be addressed off, the one behind it or the main one, because that's like Wrightwood, in theory, would be the one to the north. And then all those would be addressed off the one to the north if you looked at how Wrightwood was done. I don't know if that's what they would do here or how they would access which door through that process. But it would be the CAD system, and we work with Ada County to transmit that information to them, and then they are the holder of it for everybody.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
a little history. When Reflection Ridge went in, I was sitting in a different chair in this room, and it was my job to go look at the alley loaded design before we'd approved those first ones in Meridian on Wrightwood. And they sent us over to a Southeast Boise off Orange Springs. We looked at one that was very, very similar to what we have already on Wrightwood. At that time, we did not have a computer-aided dispatch CAD system nearly as revolutionized as we have today. It was a much older system. And even in those times, Boise Police was able, and Boise Fire and EMS were able to respond because they're not looking at the sign. The sign's really for people that may not know where they're going. The CAD systems tell them exactly where they're going and eliminate all of that mystery. They do have people that work for Ada County that their sole job is to take all of what we do in this whole county and input that into the system. So they know when we've annexed land, they know when it's now ours and no longer Ada County's, so that that's constantly being updated for the officers, for the firefighters, for EMS. So I remember having firsthand knowledge of how this process worked when we did the first one off of Wrightwood. So hearing what Fire Chief is saying and what Captain Stokes is saying, I don't have any concerns from a public safety standpoint because we've had these systems in our city now for well over 10 years and it's worked flawlessly, especially in the new upgraded CAD systems.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Well, that's extremely helpful. It gives me some comfort that a human is inputting the information into the system and can make adjustments. It's not like a Google Maps concept or something. That's what I was worried about was this is coming from Google Maps or something, and that terrifies me. But okay, so back to kind of the point I was getting to. So I think the only way I would be comfortable with this is, to your point, if what we end up with here is a church, a gym, and a daycare, that I get. And then that does feel more like a mixed use neighborhood designation to me. Even though it may be a mixed use community. If that's a concept, I think I can get on board with that. But I guess my question to you would be, are you far enough along with those leases that you would feel comfortable with that as a condition of approval? Because what I don't want is to find, a really intensive use land here, and then that's totally inappropriate for the proximity of the residential.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, the answer is yes, we are. We haven't been able to finalize any of that because this is all part of an updated preliminary plat. This area was, when it was preliminary platted previously, it was as a super block. So it was one parcel. So as we have been working with a church and with the fitness facility and with the daycare, them moving forward is contingent upon us being able to move forward with the plat. And so, yes, I can say that we have advanced all those conversations, and we're just kind of at that point where these things all are coming together at the same time.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
So would you be able to live with a development agreement condition that is conditioned on, those being approved uses? And then if you needed to come back for, a different use, you'd have to modify your agreement. Is that something that you can support?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think the only thing I'd ask for would be allowance of an office.
Okay.
But I hear what you're saying, perhaps like on the heavy retail, like a grocery or fuel or something like that. Those would not be appropriate here. We wouldn't do those, but I think things that tend to be very daytime specific, like a church, like fitness, although some fitness can be a little after hours as well. But I think those type of uses, including office, would be appropriate as a condition for Block 23.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just a kind of follow-up staying on this topic. My concerns that I had initially about public safety and addressing, I'm comfortable with that now, but I guess if you could speak, John, just for a little bit, if we did not grant the waiver, and what would you do? Would you put a street there? Like really, because as I'm looking at it, you could put a street there. To me, it seems a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, but I'm open to what you're proposing too. But can you just walk me through, if you didn't have the waiver and you had to put a street there, how would that change what you're proposing, and why is that such a concern for you with your design features?
Very good question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor. If we were to put a street there, the only place that a street could go would need to push a little bit farther to the east. You can kind of see down here, there's an alignment there. That aligns with the access into the amphitheater and library, and would come out to the north as well. So we would need to move the residential over if we were to try to mix those two things together. It doesn't show up very well here, but you can kind of see where we're missing trees through the middle of that parking lot. That's also the Williams pipeline. And so we also have that as well. So we would start kind of shrinking down into the corner a little bit more. And I think in that case, we would end up with more of a multifamily for rent type opportunity than we would with platted lots and townhomes like we're proposing. We're trying to match with what we already have built across the street. And these are carriage lane or alley littered homes across the street. So we're trying to have the same feel. And we were mirroring that with another alley between the two.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, follow-up question.
Councilman Taylor.
Going to the sidewalk discussion, same hypothetical, if we said, no, we're not going to grant the waiver and you need to put a sidewalk on that north side. I'm assuming you're going to have to cut into the slope to some degree. Can you give me a sense, if you needed to put a sidewalk on that north side, could you do that? Because I'm wondering, is it possible to do and how would you do it? I mean, are you cutting in quite a bit to the hillside? You know, are you gonna have to put some reinforcements to the ground and earth so it doesn't come down? Could you kind of walk me through conceptually how you would have to do that if we said we need to put a sidewalk in?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, as I mentioned earlier, there are different varying heights of where the far lateral is as it relates as the as the site moves to the west, it becomes more severe. And so the farther we are to the west, we would be cutting in fairly significantly. And that would also mean retaining walls, and it would be significantly below the bottom of the far lateral. I'm not saying we would have a situation where it could seep through, but I'd really prefer not to be disturbing that slope as much as possible. So is it possible? We could. You know, and going back and forth with staff and with ACHD on that, we felt like because there weren't any homes on that side of the road, and we could landscape it, and going back, we can also add trees. I think it would perhaps impact our ability to plant as many trees along there as well. So I think there would be some trade-offs. I think at a minimum, we would have retaining walls to hold back that slope as we move farther to the west.
And maybe just I think it's a great conversation. You know, if you put in a sidewalk, then you definitely want a fence. So people, you know, do you want to invite people to this side of the street? Maybe it depends on what you think about that, because it would seem kind of silly if you say, well, let's put a sidewalk on it, then put up a fence so no one goes over there when there's really, I mean, really nothing there in that context, and we don't want to put people on that side of the street. In theory, you know, yeah, would it be great to have a more natural walkway through there? Yeah, but I don't know if that to create something that was 5 feet, that's what sidewalks are. You know, you have a lot of the same basic challenges, but yeah, it would seem awkward to say, let's do a sidewalk and then require a fence up because we put a sidewalk up, especially when there's one on the other side of the road.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, I appreciate you and Councilmember Taylor bringing this up. I think that you and I are on the same page. It's either we want to avoid people interacting with this area and therefore a fence is required, or we see this as an attractive amenity. In that case, then I think a sidewalk should be required. So what I gathered from the applicant is that there's probably more of a desire to discourage utilizing the lateral. So therefore, I think a fence, I think the applicant mentioned an open vision metal fence. To me, I think that seems most appropriate if that's the direction the applicant wants to head.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Anya.
May I clarify, the UDC does require, at the very least, an attached sidewalk along both sides of public streets. There is no waiver for that. There isn't a variance allowance, and there is no alternative compliance allowance. So just wanted you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Can you remind us, if anyone remembers, what happened? Very similar. It's actually a lot worse than what we didn't require on Victory. Right there at the same water, it was basically going to be a sidewalk to nowhere because there was no connection point that could be made. The council, what was the decision the council made on that project? Do people remember what I'm talking about? It's the one coming off of Reflection Ridge, and it was when you come down Victory off of Stoddard, it's got a hard right down there at the bottom, and the development that went in on the south of that, there was the sidewalk wasn't required, even though it was on an arterial, because it didn't connect to anything. That's my recollection. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like we've addressed this in the past, even on an arterial issue with sidewalks.
Mayor, members of the council, I do remember that project, and the sidewalk just happened deeper into the site. So it was put on that common lot with the hopes that it would go around the canal and then shoot back up through the property that's undeveloped because of how close the riding ball is to the existing roadway. So it was almost infeasible, it wasn't feasible to even do it. That was the challenge. And so we had them actually reroute it more internal to the site, farther in. And so that was the compromise. The sidewalk's there, it's just farther away from the road than you typically see.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add one note to that is if we had homes on both sides, I can guarantee you we would not be asking for a waiver. We have homes just on one side and we are not short of pathway connections in our community. We just feel like having it on the home side allows access to the other pathway system. And really we aren't losing anything by not having it on the north side. And it does keep us away from the far lateral as well. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe a question for either Bill or Sonia then, in light of the comment that this isn't something that the council can have discretion on, there isn't necessarily an alternative route to maybe reroute a sidewalk for this project. I just want to make sure, Bill and Sonia, I'm correct. A sidewalk will have to be required regardless.
Mr. Mayor, council, that is my understanding per code. I see the applicant's point. However, Mr. Neri, if you have any additional comments, I don't see any way around code. Like I mentioned, there's no variance. A variance doesn't apply in that situation, I don't believe, and alternative compliance is not an option per our code to that standard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would agree. I mean, without those particular code, and I think Mr. Parsons hit on the circumstance where it really was not feasible to put it in, not that it was impractical. And I think that's kind of what the testimony's been, is it's not a logical place to put a sidewalk, and that might be the case, but we don't have an exception for that either. So I don't know. I would agree, though, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a sidewalk where there's really nobody that's going to use it on that side of the street. It'd only be on the other.
So
have another option.
maybe I'll go back into my other vague memory bag of tricks. Recall a conversation on another project off of Eagle Road in the south where they were private lanes and only wanted to do, I think the compromise was they only did sidewalk on one side of the street because it was a private lane. You mentioned that this is not designed to be cut through. I look at this as a great cut through road, potentially. But if it was a private road, it only require, I think that you don't have to have the sidewalk on the second side, and it actually pulls it away from the width away. I don't know your thoughts on that, or anybody else's thoughts on that, but it is a way to work through the code to get a solution that maybe works. Maybe, I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, couple thoughts here. This has been a topic of discussion with ACHD and with staff on this issue. We did have comment back from ACHD that they had spoken with city staff and they were on the same page in supportive of the request to not have the sidewalk on the north side. I hear what you're saying. Perhaps there's not a way to do that within the code. This is a later phase for us. It might be something that we need to discuss with staff in terms of updating or modifying the UDC. We do not feel like the sidewalk's needed. I don't feel, however, that we want to put a hard stop on this project over that sidewalk. Our preference is not to do it. We don't feel like it is needed. But if your legal counsel is saying that there's not a mechanism to do it within code right now, then I would say put a condition and then we'll work with staff. And perhaps by the time that final plat comes along, there is a workable solution.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Oh, question for Bill Neri, the city attorney. What is the risk to the city if we waive a UDC requirement without a mechanism to do so? Like what would happen if we approved our development agreement not requiring a sidewalk on the north side, but with additional conditions instead, I mean, what would happen? Just curious.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Strader, you're asking me what happens if you waive a code requirement that you already have? So nothing happens particularly, but you are waiving a code that's already the law. And I guess the condition the caution I'd have for you as council is, where does that end, right? You will get that question again. And with no mechanism in your code to allow granting, you are then indiscriminately going to choose when you wish to waive a code or not. I don't know how you would do that. That's the problem, is the precedent, I think, in doing it. I think one option, Mr. Parsons and I were just talking, is right now ACHD isn't requiring it. It is a code condition. I like Mr. Wardle's concern. We can maybe work, let staff work on that with the developer here, and we may be able to find an alternate solution of something that still will meet the intent of the code and not hold up the project and not necessarily waive the code either. But we just may not have that solution today.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. So in other words, it could be stating the desire of council, acknowledging that that is not permissible under the current code, directing staff to work on this issue in the future, and the code has not been waived. So
Yes.
it'll just be an outstanding issue.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Mayor John, I'm going to play the new guy card probably for the last time. I'm the new guy, but in the staff report, I heard, and maybe I didn't hear correctly, but one of the outstanding issues for us is that north-south corridor or road, public street, between the residential and the commercial lots in Block 23. I believe staff indicated that waiving that requirement or deleting that requirement is not allowed by ACHD. So help me reconcile the request to delete that requirement when ACHD won't allow that to be deleted.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Whitlock, welcome. You can use the new guy card as much as you want. The conversation with the highway district was a public road in that location, being that close to Crescendo, which is a collector, Apexes, which is a collector. And I'm not sure what phenomenal is, but we have these roads, but there are setbacks and distances from a public road to a public road. It just doesn't work in that alignment. And as I mentioned, if we looked at other types of modifying that block, it would be different than what we're showing here, and it'd probably be more intense and wouldn't be this type of home living opportunity. So we never pursued a public road through there. We didn't feel like it was needed or necessary. That was something that popped up, honestly, in the staff report that came just before Planning and Zoning Commission. And then the revision was, let's do away with all the residential altogether, was the new condition that was in front of you. We think that this has designed where the vehicular access for these homes happens in an alley or in a carriageway. There are garages on each of these homes and there are driveways. So each of these homes has sufficient places to park and does meet. And we don't need to just meet the code requirement, but they do comply. And we feel like the way that they open up, even though the buffer is maybe a little different than what would be typical with a commercial versus residential. But I think the thing here is we control the whole block. We're bringing you what our intent is, and we're showing you how this will be designed and be built. So for us, we never pursued a public road through there because we felt very strongly that the design and the configuration that we have here does work.
Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
just thank you for that, and that helps, and just added to the clarity to the answer that you gave Councilmember Taylor, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
First, let me applaud you as I reviewed and looked at your open space percentage as well as the amenity scores that you have. I think those are great. You mentioned community pools, and again, I'm in the learning phase. What's your definition of a community pool? Does the HOA own that? Who has access to those amenities in this division, in this subdivision?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Whitlock, that's a great question. So the pools would be owned and maintained by the homeowners association. And so their annual fees and dues would pay for that. We typically, on average, about 275 to 350 homes, we need a pool. And so in the southeast part, we've already built one pool. We're building a second pool right now, and then we have a third pool up here. And they're really kind of connected with a pathway system and have some interconnectivity. Part of that is, having some variety and options in the pool types. But each of these pool houses also have a gathering room, a large gathering space where if somebody wanted to have a party, they'd be able to do that outside of their home. Maybe a pool party and that, but it would be available for them year round as well. The pathway system, which is shown through this corridor, is really open to the public. And we really hope that the public just moves through here kind of on a diagonal through the project. But the access to the pools themselves behind the gate, that would be by card. I'm pretty sure that if neighbors from outside were coming in and using playgrounds and things like that, there's not going to be an issue, but they outside of the HOA, they probably would not have access to the pools.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Probably my last question I have. Staff is recommending if we grant the waiver in block 23, that the common area mu be 20, not 15 feet. Can you speak to that? Is that something that you're open to, or is that something that you are not open to?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, inches count. In this case, adding another 5 feet would mean we would take 5 feet out of the home or 5 feet out of the drive aisle or the parking in the back and things like that. So could we do it? We could. Our preference, and we feel like we have a very good landscape buffer between the front of these homes and the parking lot area. It is in a common lot. It would be maintained in common by the association. So it's not the sidewalk to the parking lot is, everybody can use, would have access to, so we can control that. But we would prefer to keep the 25 feet as it is and not adding any additional width to the common lot there.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk, anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, yes. First is Karsten White.
And come on up and state your name and address for the record.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I'm Karsten White. My address is 6162 South Targa Lane, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. So I've lived here pretty much most of my life, and it's just west of this development. So I've been driving down Phenomenal for 9 months or so while the construction's all done on Lake Hazel. And there's a few things that I've noticed during this construction and as the front part gets done. One of the things is the current tenant or the current owners or people that live in those homes, even though they have garages in the back, they're parking along those roads. So when we talk about that development where the duplex is going to be, if you look at it, there's roads on every side of that residential property. And even though there's going to be garages for people parking, a lot of time people just have a lot of stuff. So they're going to be parking along those roads, which is going to cause, we can't even drive 2 cars side by side on Phenomenal most of the time because there's too many cars parked on there. And so part of my concern is that there's just too many, there's too many people, there's too many houses with no backyards, no space for things. And the proposal of this change does the same thing. You have alleyways, you don't have any yards for anyone to be in. And so they just, it's too crowded all tight in. And even though it's, you know, there's 27% green space, well, I mean, there's got to be green space because no one has any yard with that. So my issue with living by this, and, you know, we built a house there in 2020. We're still considered county, but eventually we are planning on changing that, is that we're increasing the density of this area and not accounting for the traffic that happens, you know, that it causes problems with. And I just think that's something that we need to consider when we're, you know, approving these developments that, you know, don't have yards and don't have parking for people. You know, we have an amphitheater right across the street from that. So when there's an event at that amphitheater, where are all those people going to park? You know, you've got the parking around the library and things like that, but it doesn't look like there's enough to account for those things. The other thing, as we've been sitting here listening to this, you know, we have these commercial buildings that they're proposing next to these residential properties. And these commercial buildings we're talking about with churches and gyms and so forth that are day use, but, you know, 10 years down the road, is that always going to be the case? I mean, gyms don't stay in business forever. A lot of times things change. So is that necessarily going to stay that way? And do we want to see, you know, is that the best use for the properties, just to stuff a few more residential homes in there, just to, you know, increase the amount of people that are living in one area, in one street? So as you guys decide, you know, what to do and what you agree with and approve, I just would like you to take that into account and in mind when you're thinking of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader, gotcha.
no problem. Happy to yield.
Just a quick question for you, Mr. White. So at least as I'm looking at it, I do get comfort from the existence of this gigantic parking lot next to the duplexes. I mean, it obviously would be a area that residents could park. I'd imagine it'd be convenient. People could utilize that. So does that help alleviate your concern in that specific area, block 23, or is your concern all of the duplexes and the whole development? I mean, it's not all duplexes. It's quite a bit
Yeah.
of single family that do have yards, right? So I just kind of wanted to understand your perspective on that. Was it
Yeah.
specific to block 23 where your concern is, or is it other places?
I would say that's a concern, probably because we've been paying attention to it almost the whole meeting. But
Right.
you know, just living on the streets altogether, I feel like they're tight streets, and you have people parked on every side of them all the time. There's constantly vehicles parked along Phenomenal, and you know, and those are single family homes along there. So I don't necessarily think it's just because, you know, those duplex. Yes, that parking lot in there is going to be nice, you know, but what happens when the church is full, you know, or the gym, it's 5 o'clock? Is that, you know, is that enough? I don't know enough about, you know, estimated numbers of, you know, of parking to account for that. But it's more on just what my personal experience on that road is, you know, and what we've seen so far is what I would, you know, is what I'm kind of basing it off of.
Thanks.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. White, thank you for coming and testifying tonight. Sorry, I'm calling in remotely tonight. Public testimony, I think, is always important for the council to kind of provide that on the ground perspective, which I think you did tonight. And you made a comment that at least piqued my interest, which was talking about your belief that maybe some of the commercial use, the gym, the church is maybe not the best use of the property. And recognizing this land has already been annexed and zoned, help me understand kind of from your perspective what you think a better use is than what the applicant's proposing and why.
I would suggest just keep it commercial, put some more office buildings in there, you know, instead of residential. That if we look at day use commercial buildings, that's going to be alleviate the traffic instead of, what is that, 20 more residential homes or even more on that property. I think commercial would be a better use for that.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions? All right, thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, Jenna White?
No comment? Okay. Is that everyone who signed up? Is there anybody else present who would like to provide testimony on this item? Or if you're online, use the raise your hand feature. Okay, would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Mr. Mayor, for the record, John Wardle with Brighton. I appreciate the opportunity to just make a couple last comments. First, I do know that we did make life very inconvenient for Mr. White and his neighbors on Torrega. When you rebuild a 2-lane road and make it a 5-lane road and you take away access, it does make it more difficult. So we do appreciate, or I guess acknowledge the cross property access that was given to them. And I know that they now have temporary access back to Lake Hazel, and there will be other development that will happen around them as well. And so there will be some changes there too. I will note that all of the roads in and around the area that are here are allowed to have parking on both sides. And all these homes as well are alley loaded, which means we aren't competing with driveways on the front of these homes. And so, yes, it may feel like there's parking there and that's going to occur. But people are generally, that would be for guests, or if they have something left over, somebody coming over or vacation, that type of thing. I think the thing that we have tried to do, we've been very thoughtful in our design in terms of an overall grid pattern and the overall project. I know that there has been quite a bit of conversation this evening on Block 23. We feel like we have looked at this as a whole. Keep in mind that it's currently zoned R15. So we're asking for an opportunity to do a mixed use project here and not just all residential, or something we'd have to come back in with a conditional use permit. And so we are looking at the whole picture of Block 23, and we feel like there's an opportunity to do this right. I don't want to say trust us, but we are committed to it. We're committed to making a very meaningful investment, just as we have already. And I think this is another opportunity to show how this can be done in a good way. I believe the one kind of outstanding question is that related to that sidewalk. I would just ask that that final decision be made at the time that final plat comes through, and we will work with staff in a collaborative way to see if we can come up with language that would perhaps allow for our request of just a sidewalk on one side. We've been excited about Pinnacle from the day that we thought about it to where we are today. And there are a number of other things that are coming that will continue to add value, not just to the new residents, but the entire South Meridian area. Again, I appreciate the opportunity and stand for any final questions council might have, but request that you allow us to move forward with Block 23 as designed, and also to consider allowing the block faces to be exceeded on both precipice and vertex. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, additional questions or comments?
Mayor, this is Bill. May I just add a little bit while you guys have the public record open, just to help council kind of deliberate on the decision tonight. I know it's a lot to digest, a lot of waivers, what can happen, what can't happen. So a couple things. Appreciate the discussion on addressing tonight. Just wanted to give the council and let you know that we are looking at improving that process, and there's some code changes potentially coming to help define that a little bit better, so we aren't here in front of you trying to explain it to you, because it is very complex, as you find out. It's not just as simple as putting an address on a map and being done with it. There's a lot that goes into it, and everything that we do in our world is tied to an address, meaning building permits, some land use applications. So we want a very robust addressing system because we use it extensively. So I won't belabor that topic. I think we got through that tonight, and you can see fire code does address that. So I think we have that captured, and I appreciate the comments on that. A couple things. When ACHD approached the city about the sidewalk on the north side of Precipice, I told them that a waiver wasn't allowed. We don't have that requirement in our code, but they felt that the sidewalk would be better served on the south side of the road than the north side of the road for the reasons you heard tonight. So really, their condition of approval said, don't do a sidewalk if the city approves it. Well, the city can't approve that, so it puts us in a difficult bind, yeah. So they required it, so based on that feedback. So, but I know in certain instances, what we don't want to do is put the applicant, us against ACHD's requirements and vice versa. So I'm glad that you're wanting to be flexible on that moving forward. And I appreciate the mayor's comment saying private street doesn't require sidewalks yet. Public streets require sidewalks on both sides. That's kind of the two-way thing. So to me, I like that. Continue working. Let staff work with ACHD. Maybe ACHD says they don't want the sidewalk, and all of a sudden now we have a condition that can't be complied with. So at least think about that as well in your condition tonight. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was Councilwoman Strader's comment on restricting the uses through the DA. It gets a little dicey for us to try to regulate that and manage that through a development agreement. But I was thinking, you know, the applicant, they presented to you their case for why the residential blends in and they want more of a neighborhood commercial feel there. So why not see if CN zoning works better for them? The CN zone will allow the gym use, permitted use. The CN zone would allow the church. The CN zone would allow the office. And so then that helps kind of give your concerns about what if things change over time? How do we address hours of operation? Well, that zone restricts it from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., just like an LO office zone does. So that's something that you can do rather than restricting uses through the DA. And that allows them to kind of tie in that residential if you're leaning that way. The other option they have too, as far as the reduction or the 15 foot up to the 20 feet, the applicant has the ability to add 2 additional feet to that buffer and have a total of 17 feet and shrink those parking stalls to 17 feet under code for vehicle overhang. So they could technically get 17 feet additional unless council wants the 20 feet. So anyways, I know I threw a lot out of you on that, but at least wanted to give you, there's some flexibility there and some ways that we can work with the applicant to solve some of these concerns moving forward.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr. Mayor, if I may
Say
add
it.
a couple of items also for council's consideration before a motion. One being the discussion about possibly shared parking on the commercial property for the residences along that east boundary on block 23. There's currently not an easement for that would allow that. So if that's something that's important to you, please require that on the commercial property. Also, please make a action on whether fencing is required or not along the far lateral for public safety. If you feel that a fence is needed for public safety, please require one. It's not currently required in the staff report.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you said shared parking. Are you saying having something that allows the residents to park there under an assumption? Because like I say, if I lived in that house, I just park there.
Right, but
I don't.
those businesses could technically come out and say, hey, this is our property, you can't park here. So if that's something that you're intending, please include a requirement.
Okay. Squirtle, would you like to reply to any of the things that were stated, just maybe especially the zoning conversation?
Mr. Mayor, appreciate Mr. Parsons' suggestion. I'm doing the same thing he's doing right now, looking through the code. My really quick analysis is that a CN is fine. I don't think that there would be anything there that causes any issue. If it brings some certainty that would be more lower intensity, I believe that we can work within the CN zoning for that request. We did request CC just because CC is across the street to the south. That's where the library is and the amphitheater, that's all a CC zone. But going to the north, if we went to CN as a way to bridge between those two, that would be fine. We can accept that modification of the zoning request from a CC to a CN for the balance of Block 23. I also appreciate Mr. Parsons' suggestion on the parking. He is correct. We could go, instead of a 19-foot, we can go down to 17 feet and add 2 more feet into that common lot to accommodate a little bit more space. So get a total of 17 instead of the 15 that we show. So there might be a little bit way to get more than 15, but we don't want to have a hard requirement of 20. So I think we can work within those items. Can't remember if there was another item, Sonia, that you had mentioned there at the end. Is there any other items? Fencing along the far.
Fencing along the far for public safety. That lateral is open. It's mostly, from what I understand from the applicant's narrative, that lateral is mostly on the adjacent property and not on this property. The applicant, I don't believe, requested a waiver to leave that lateral open because of that. It's mostly on the other property. Not sure if you want to go ahead and grant that for where it lies on this property.
Mr. Mayor, Sonia is correct. Most of, if not all of it, is not on our property. So it's on the property to the north, and we just are up to it. So we did not propose any fencing along there. Could we? We could. But we are not going to be doing any modifications or tiling or piping the far lateral.
Thank you. Council, anything else at this time for the applicant? Okay. One thing I just want to, we don't see this a lot in someone having a property for a church. I mean, there's a lot of churches out there looking for space, and the fact that someone's actually bringing in a project that has one, because normally you see individual projects from churches for their property, but you guys bringing this to the table, I know someone's going to be very happy out there in the community if this is approved, that they have a space to call their own and do that. And I just want to applaud you for that, because we don't see that a lot in a lot of developments.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just make one, I guess, social comment, is we don't have, well, we should encourage as many places to gather outside of our homes and outside of our work. Churches are one of those, libraries are one of those, parks are those places. So the more as a community, which Meridian is known for, being a community that is very people friendly and safe, we should strive for that. So we feel fortunate because we've had that conversation with others that are interested in being here, and we look forward to working with another local community partner out here at Pinnacle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
it was suggested maybe we take a quick break before we deliberate. It might be good for you to have a minute to review the CN code requirements as well, just to make sure.
Okay, well, let's take we'll reconvene at 8:05. Enough time, 13 minutes roughly. Okay, recess until then. All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back from recess. The applicant have any comments you'd like to make?
Mr. Mayor, for the record, John Wardle with Brighton. We did get a chance to look at the zoning question. There is a little bit of perhaps a little issue in particular with the fitness. The fitness user that we are working with, they do allow access 24/7, although it is by key card. But under the CN, it looks like the hours are limited and a conditional use is not allowed under that consideration. You can't do a conditional use permit under CN to extend the hours beyond that. If they wanted to do that within a CC, you could, but there's not that flexibility. So I know right off the bat, we're going to have an issue with one potential user that wouldn't even be able to do a conditional use permit under a CN for their use. So I know there's probably concerns about limiting uses perhaps within the DA by staff. But that would be a complication for us. There's one other item as staff and I were chatting. We do have a part of the far lateral. Most of the far lateral is not on our property. It's actually outside of our property. But when we get up to the north piece where we have a large common area that's open, the far lateral is on our property. And I guess talking with staff, we either need to tile that or ask for a waiver for it to not be tiled. And I guess we would be asking for a waiver of that to not tile the far lateral. And if we needed to come up with another solution, we can work with them in terms of fencing and things like that to limit access to it. So with that stated, I guess I'm not as comfortable a moment ago as I am, well, I'm not comfortable now as I was just a few minutes ago looking at some of the restrictions on the CN zone, in particular with one user wouldn't be allowed to operate there. So we would continue to request a CC.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, would it be possible to get some feedback from staff on if it was zoned under CN, is that the case that we wouldn't be able to allow some sort of an exception for key card access to the fitness facility? Like, how would that all play out? Help me understand that, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, the code restricts hours of operation in the LO and the CN district from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. There are no allowances for a conditional use permit for an extension of those hours like there is in the CC and CG districts, one adjacent to a residential use.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I think what's challenging there is I like that restriction generally, but I understand the applicant's business plan and I've used fitness facilities that are kind of like that have key card access, and I don't, at least I have my experience personally, I haven't studied it or something, but my experience personally is that you're not going to have a huge number of people accessing the facility off hours. So I wouldn't be as concerned. I just wish there was a mechanism to create a waiver or a conditional use there. So,
Similar to the sidewalk issue, there are no provisions.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, and so in staff's view, with the challenges of having a DA, then having to monitor the uses, can you all get comfortable with that, or how do you sort of view that? Would your preference to be to zone it, commercial, and then sort of take that approach, or how would you like us to? I mean, what's your feedback there, I guess?
And can you just do a DA with all the requirements of the CN minus the hours of restriction? I mean, that's where we essentially were. Why couldn't that be the DA provision for that area, or is that illegal?
Mr. Mayor, you could do that. The other consideration is that if you leave it CN zoning as requested, they would still have to come back with a conditional use permit for an extension of hours. So just be careful of that. That's not something you can just include in the DA that they have extended hours without approval of a conditional use permit.
Just to clarify, that's in a CC.
Yeah, that's,
So in a CC,
Right.
if the hours were beyond 11 PM at night, then that user would need to come to the city and say, this is our use and this is what we're doing. So it'd be under conditional use permit. But if we go to a CN, we don't have that option at all.
And it caps it from 6 AM to 10 PM.
yeah, I guess my point was if your DA provision just says these are the uses, which is what's allowed under the CN, but you don't really address the hour issue. So the hour issue doesn't apply because it's not part of it and it's just the uses.
Mr. Mayor, we would be fine with that, with this DA provision, zoning it CC with the provision being that it would be the CN uses.
Right, and then everything else still applies through the CC process for hours of operation for future elements. Or you just gotta get a gym that only wants to be open until 11 PM.
Mayor, Council, if I can just touch on that subject a little bit. I'm looking at code here and a couple uses that stand out to me that's different between C and really the difference is the hours, like you said, Mayor. That's the primary difference, but there are a couple notable ones that I want to share with council on this. So flex space is permitted use in that zone. Multifamily is a conditional use in the CC zoning district, but it's not allowed in the CN zone. Fuel cells facility is principally permitted in a conditional use in the CN zone. So although I appreciate the applicant saying, yes, these are the uses we're going to have here, things change over time, as you know, and once we give zoning, and that's, again, staff is still comfortable with CC zoning, just was trying to talk out loud and see if there was a compromise where we could give you some comfort level that, hey, there's some other options to think about here. But as far as retail stores, retail's allowed. Wireless facilities are allowed. Storage is not allowed, but self-storage is allowed in the CC zone through a conditional use permit. So it is somewhat of a higher, more intense zoning district, but it still fits with the mixed use designation. I probably is the best way to say that. So, but it's still more of a tracking issue. What staff gets fearful of is if we get a new hire or somebody calls us up and says, hey, this is CC, can I do this use on that property? Yes, in the perfect world, we're hoping that people are pulling up the ordinance, looking at that development agreement and sharing that information. But we're all human. We all make mistakes and that has occurred. And so that's why when we have these conversations with you, we try to steer away from that as much as possible. My memory serves, one of my fond memories was the Albertsons off of Amity and Eagle Road. Originally, we had recommended LO zoning on that particular property, and then we thought we were going to cap that to just LO uses on the site through the CC zone. And ultimately, we didn't do either one of those things, but I remember that project and us having that conversation. And then recently, council just acted on that DA modification where he came in with 2 drive-throughs, and you're like, one only works. We don't want 2 here. So this would, CN, I believe, allows drive-throughs. So again, that's my point is we want the zoning to match what they intend to do there. And I think in this particular case, CN or CC works minus the hours of operation.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So, yeah, but my preference would be to zone at CN and have a mechanism to get an exception to the hours of operation for one user. You're saying there's no mechanism that exists in code to do so?
Mayor, members of the council, there isn't currently, but you can ask staff to look at that with a future code change. That's the mechanism. You change the code.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
unless there's any additional testimony we need to take, I think we're kind of inching into deliberation stage. So unless anyone wants to make any more comments, I would make a motion that we end public testimony.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just to share a couple thoughts as we're deliberating, I was kind of waiting until we kind of were going in back and forth. I'm not personally very supportive of the idea of putting conditions on a development agreement or changing the zoning request, because I feel like I understand what we're trying to do with being sensitive to the types of uses, not wanting to have a heavy use in the commercial right next to the residential, but I have just concerns generally with that approach that the city might take. I think it just would get messy potentially down the road, and I have concerns, even though I'm super sympathetic to that, which is why I was kind of wondering about having a different kind of a buffer of the roadway. But looking at the design and the layout of the property with, I think it's the Williams pipeline, if I'm recalling correctly, that went right through there, created I could see there's some design challenges that how to fit things in there. I'm not personally a fan of alley loaded homes. I think aesthetically it's pleasing, but I think functionally I don't like how they work. I've been in some of those little alleyways and they do get crowded. Excuse me, putting out, the garbage cans and all that. It gets crowded and cluttered. And so I don't like them from a functionality point of view, but I also, looking at this application and looking at what's previously been approved, it does seem to be consistent with what previous councils have approved nearby and with the plan. So this would probably be something with that block 23. I probably reluctantly say, I think the argument convinced me to grant the waiver there, even though it's not my preferred way, but it seems like it's kind of a unique piece of property that maybe warrants that. I'm really intrigued by the idea with the sidewalk. I think if you put a sidewalk there, you just encourage people to go over there, which would make me say, let's put a fence up. But it seems to me that's something we probably need to figure out how to address later. And I'd probably be open to not requiring the sidewalk to be built, with the idea that we need to come back and figure out how to fix that. So depending on how the rest of council might feel about that, I'd be curious how we would maybe suggest going about that. But I think tonight I came in sort of 50-50, not sure what I was thinking about the project, but given the arguments, I think I worked through most of my concerns. I don't love some of it, but I think seems like a necessary way to get through getting the project to be designed and developed in a way that makes some sense. So I think I'm likely to be supportive of that, but I don't want to put conditions on the development agreement. I don't want to ask for different zoning. And if we did do that, I probably would oppose that motion.
Just food for thought, because it's in my head right now. I don't know the process for getting a road declared a private road, or if that's what you'd want to do. Like, can you have a 35-foot private road, or does it have to be 29 feet? I don't know. That's just one of those things, like, maybe it needs to function as a main road, but really it's the maintenance of it, unless it's long-term, and that's the cost to the HOA. Ultimately, that would be the one that would bear that cost in the future. But from a practical standpoint, to call it a private road would seem to be a way to do it, even though it was built to public street width. I don't know who decides ultimately it would be allowed. If that's an ACHD decision based upon the layout, that would have to go back to them if that was what we wanted to do. But for you to see future conversations.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
There were a lot of pieces to this tonight. I'll go with the things I really liked at the beginning, which is the lower densities for a product this size really appeals to me because I see a lot of really high density projects. Those seem to delve into a lot of transportation issues as we go. And this one, I don't really see that. I see a lot of lower density as we go as a matter of net density, gross density in this project. We get hung up on a couple of things, but I think we've come up with a plan on how to allow staff and the applicant to work through them. Again, I think I echo what others have said. I'm afraid if I put a sidewalk on the other side of precipice, it's going to encourage people to be on it. We don't have a mechanism to deal with that tonight, so I think we need to leave that in as a requirement and let staff and the applicant work. I had a lot of initial concerns about alley-loaded lots years ago when we first got them in the city. Wasn't too convinced at the time that they would work, but I've watched them work, and especially the ones that we talk about in Reflection Ridge. I actually knew people that lived in one, and we went over and visited them. And surprisingly, they worked very well. All in all, through everything that we've talked about tonight in this project, I'll be in support. I think it's an outstanding addition to what they've done already, and they have done so much already in this area that I'll definitely be in support of this project.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Share.
Yeah, so in thinking through it, I agree with Councilman Taylor in the sense that I normally do not like to condition development agreements if it can be avoided. In this case, I think it's warranted because the applicant is asking for us to be extremely flexible and actually to support their plan for the development go against our own staff's recommendation. And so that's, to me, the justification of why the adjacent uses should be limited. I'm very uncomfortable with proceeding with Block 23 under a CC zone without any conditions, because I don't think it would be appropriate for residential uses to be in such close proximity to what could become a gas station. A number of uses that were rattled off by Mr. Parsons were, I think, extremely problematic for this location. That would bother me. I think the maximum block face waiver makes sense in this case because of the site constraints. I think we have alignment on our sidewalk requirement and how to craft through that. Where I'm going with it is, I would be more comfortable with allowing the CC zoning, but limiting the uses to those within the CN zoning designation. And then, there are downsides to that, and understanding that staff would have to monitor that, or concerned neighbors would have to monitor that, and that would be kind of the mechanism. It's an imperfect mechanism, but there's no path through the actual CN zoning designation, and the CEC zone designation without any restrictions is unacceptable to me, because I don't think that those, depending on what the use could be, I think it could be extremely problematic, although I know that's not their business plan. And then understood on the tiling of the far lateral not being palatable. I understand that. I think some type of open vision fencing desire could be crafted in our discussion on the sidewalk requirement. I'm prepared to make a motion with all of my conditions, but Councilman Taylor started our discussion, so if he wants to kick us off, I'm happy to listen, but I think probably you understand where I'm coming out on that. I think the CC zoning without restrictions is problematic for Block 23.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I don't know if you were looking for me or not, but I appreciate the good conversation. Try to remain largely quiet tonight, being remote. I share some of the same concerns as Councilmember Strader. While I do not anticipate that this applicant would intend to put a gas station necessarily on that block, I do think from a consistency standpoint to just provide some greater structure and clarity around that particular piece, I'm in support of that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
a quick clarifying question, maybe for staff. I know we've talked a lot about it. My mind's just kind of trying to remember what we decided, but with the issue with the sidewalk, how would we revisit that if we say this is something we want to come back and address permanently later? We would just instruct the applicant to work with staff. I mean, I'm struggling to understand maybe how you would actually go about, because I'm okay saying let's not require them to build the sidewalk now, given that we're going to come back and fix it the right way later, but I don't know how we actually would go about doing that.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I would recommend leaving the provision as is that requires a sidewalk per current code, because that is the requirement. But allowing a verbiage in that condition unless otherwise required by code at that time, or something to that effect, and staff can craft some language to that effect if that's your wish, to allow some wiggle room there if something changes between now and then. Please, Mr. Mayor, additionally, please don't forget to address the applicant's request for a waiver to leave the far lateral open and not tile it in the areas where it crosses this site. And also whether or not you want to require fencing for public safety along that lateral. And the parking easement on the commercial, if that's your wish.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I think the public hearing is closed. I will take a crack at a motion. We could just sort of see how it shakes out, how it plays out. Understanding, I think there are some council members that have concerns, and I understand those concerns based on principle. But maybe we'll just give it a try here, so. Okay. Make sure. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2024-0014 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date with the following conditions and modifications. Number one, that we would grant the maximum block face waiver for precipice and vertex. Number two, we would not waive the UDC requirements for a sidewalk on the north side of precipice. However, we would document the city council's desire to not see a sidewalk on the north side of precipice, and instead to have landscaping with trees as depicted by the applicant and an open vision fencing along the far lateral, directing staff to work internally to determine if changes to our Unified Development Code are appropriate holistically in light of the needs of the city. Number three, we would grant the applicants a request for waivers for their buffers. However, adding an additional 2 feet to those buffers as described by staff, that we would require an easement to allow for residential parking in the adjacent commercial uses, and that the acceptable uses as documented in the development agreement would reflect the uses that are approved in the CN zoning. And so directing staff to include that language in the development agreement. And then finally, number 4, we would not require tiling of the far lateral in the areas that are on the applicant's property. Hopefully that captured everything. Open for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify?
Yes, before we get a second, we'll allow it to be, continue to be modified.
Did your proposal include fencing for the entire length of the far lateral?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second? Discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
question for the maker of the motion on the very last item. The development agreement that included the CN conditions, was there an intent there on the hours to allow a CC hour provision?
Mr. Mayor, this would be zoned CC, but the allowed uses would be the same as the CN zoning. So the same mechanisms that exist under the CC zoning for hours of operation would apply. I think. I'm getting a head nod, so I think so.
Second agrees.
Agrees? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have another clarification when I'm able to speak.
Okay.
Thank you. There's currently a condition in the staff report that block 2 is revised, is reconfigured to meet ACHD's public alley standards. Are you is your wish to approve it as proposed without the requirement of a public street and addressing from the adjacent public street? Thank you.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. That is correct. Yeah, I would modify my motion to reflect that.
Second agrees.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
before we vote, just generally, not sensing where everyone wants to kind of weigh in on some of this, generally supportive of the project. Just to be consistent kind of with my earlier statement, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of putting such requirements around a development agreement. So I'd oppose it on that purpose, but generally I think the project is a good project and would be great if it went forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Little Roberts.
We have had definitely a lot of moving parts with this one. Overall, I think it's a great project. Love all the open space. I think it's going to be will potentially be a wonderful addition to that area. I am real concerned about putting parameters on businesses, but I'm okay with how it's done since we've used another zoning. So rather than specifically say what businesses can be there and what can't, we've used a zoning description. And so I am okay with that. But overall, I think we've answered all my questions. I've got lots of notes through here as we've gone, but I think overall it's a really great project. I will be supporting it.
Any further comments on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
realize I second the motion. Just another comment. I do believe I don't want to get too caught up in that we're restricting the lot use. I believe we're actually changing the use to what the applicant requested. which was to have the CN designation, but have the hours of CC. I don't necessarily see that as a restriction. I see that as meeting the needs of the applicant and his request. I would support it for that reason.
Any further discussion? Not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
No.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
I didn't hear Councilman Cavanagh clearly. Was that a yes?
Was an aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
5 ayes, 1 nay, and the item is agreed to. Thank you very much. Good luck, and I know there's still gonna be more that we're gonna see and do on this one. But hopefully that's a path forward that will provide the best outcome for the project. So with that, we will move on to, make sure I get the right one, item 10, which is a continued public hearing from September 17, 2024 for the Bladen subdivision. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for annexation and zoning, preliminary plat, and a conditional use permit. This property consists of 35.29 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in Ada County and is located off of the southwest corner of North Black Cat Road and West Chinden Boulevard, State Highway 2026. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation on this property, the northern 25 acres of land is mixed use regional, southern 10 acres is medium density residential. The applicant is requesting to be allowed to use the abutting mixed use regional future land use designation on 50% of the medium density residential designated area. The comprehensive plan allows for such requests when determined appropriate and approved as part of a public hearing with a land development application. The applicant believes this extension of the MUR designation on 5 of the 10 acres of medium density designated land will allow for an ideal and suitable mix of commercial near major transportation arterials. The applicant requests annexation of 38.58 acres of land with 5.9 acres of R8, 1.83 acres of R15, 16.71 acres of R40, and 14.15 acres of CG zoning for the development of 312 multifamily apartment units, 10 townhome units, and 4 commercial lots. A holding area is proposed on the southern part of the annexation area for future development. A portion of this area is where the applicant requests mixed-use regional future land use map designation is extended with CG zoning for future development of a mid-box retail building and an office park as shown on the revised concept plan. This is not the revised concept plan. These two uses swap places basically on this map. So the mid box is next to Black Cat and the office is internal to the development. For some reason, it didn't update on my presentation. Staff is recommending a change to the zoning in this area consistent with the revised concept plan. A preliminary plat is proposed for 15 building lots consisting of 1 multifamily lot, 10 townhouse lots, and 4 commercial lots, 7 common lots, 1 driveway parking lot, and 3 other lots for future re-subdivision and development consisting of 1 commercial and 2 single-family residential lots on 35.29 acres of land in the R8, R15, R40, and CG zoning districts. The subdivision is proposed to develop in 5 phases, with the multifamily residential development and townhomes in the first 2 phases, the commercial on the north side of Ramblin in the 3rd phase, the commercial in the holding area on the south side of Ramblin in the fourth phase, and the single-family residential in the holding area in the last phase. In order to ensure some services are available for the proposed residents in this area prior to full build-out of the residential area, staff had recommended a change to the phasing plan to swap phases 2 and 3. The applicant did submit a revised phasing plan, which swaps phases 1 and 2 and includes the extension of Ramblin Drive west to Rustic Oak, but the commercial portion is still shown as phase 3. All of the existing homes and accessory structures and access driveways to Chinden, Black Cat, and Larry Lane will be removed prior to development of the phase in which they're located. Access is proposed via one new collector street, Ramblin Drive, in accord with the master street map. Ramblin will run parallel with Chinden and is proposed to be extended west to Rustic Oak with the first phase of development. An emergency access is no longer needed from Chinden with the extension of Ramblin to Rustic Oak and should be removed. Ramblin will function as a backage road, providing connectivity and access to all properties fronting the state highway in this area. ACHD is requiring a southbound right turn lane on Black Cat at Ramblin and Black Cat Road intersection. A traffic signal is planned at the Rustic Oak Chinden intersection for safe access to the state highway. Cross-access, ingress, egress easements are required to be granted to the out parcel at the northeast corner of the site for future access and interconnectivity. A 35-foot wide street buffer is required along Chinden and Black Cat, both entryway corridors, and a 20-foot wide buffer is required along Ramblin, the collector street, landscaped in accord with UDC standards. Noise abatement in the form of a 4-foot tall berm with a 6-foot tall concrete modulated wall on top of the berm is proposed at the back edge of the street buffer along Chinden, as required for residential uses adjoining a state highway. A 10-foot wide detached multi-use pathway exists within the buffer along Chinden. A 10-foot wide detached pathway is required within the buffer along Black Cat, as proposed in accord with the pathway's master plan. And a 10-foot wide pathway is proposed along the collector street for pedestrian safety. The existing trees that will be removed from the site require mitigation in accord with UDC standards. Concept elevations were submitted for the proposed townhomes as shown. Concept plans were not submitted for the future commercial buildings. All structures except for the single-family residential detached homes are required to comply with the design standards in the Architectural Standards Manual. A conditional use permit is proposed for a multifamily development consisting of 312 dwelling units on 16.7 acres of land in the R40 zoning district. A mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units are proposed in 16 three-story buildings. 3 different building floor plans are proposed as follows. 4 of type A containing a total of 30 units each, 4 of type B containing a total of 24 units each, and 8 type C containing a total of 12 units each. As previously mentioned, the multifamily residential development is proposed to be constructed in 2 phases. The UDC requires common open space to be provided in each phase of development consistent with the requirements for the size and the number of dwelling units. 2 driveway accesses from Ramblin are proposed along the southern boundary of the site. Internal private streets are required to be provided for addressing purposes. Compliance with the specific use standards in the UDC for multifamily residential developments is required, which include private open space, common open space, site amenities, parking, and landscaping, among other things. A minimum of 80 square feet of private usable open space is required for each unit. 82 square feet is proposed, exceeding the standard. Based on the area of the site and the square footage of the proposed units, a minimum of 3.46 acres of common open space is required to be provided with the development. A total of 3.58 acres is proposed, exceeding the standard, consisting of half the street buffer along Chinden, a dog park, common area where a clubhouse, swimming pool, and tot lot are proposed, and linear open space that meets and exceeds the minimum area standards. Staff recommended revisions to the site plan prior to the council hearing for the common areas proposed along the southern boundary where the dog park, clubhouse, and swimming pool and tot lot are located along the collector street to be relocated to a more central location within the development accessible by pathways for convenient access and more visibility of these areas from the multifamily units in accord with the open space and SEPTED standards. However, the applicant declined to make these changes and requests council approval as submitted. Those common areas are located right here, if you can see my cursor. Ramblin is directly to the south here. The number of site amenities required for the development is based on the size and the number of units of the multifamily development. For developments with more than 100 units, such as this, the decision-making body shall require additional amenities beyond the required for developments with 75 units or more, commensurate to the size of the proposed development, with at least one from each category, i.e. the quality of life, open space, recreation, and multimodal categories. The following amenities are proposed from each of the following categories. From the quality of life, a clubhouse, which includes a fitness facility and dog wash station, and a dog park with a waste station is proposed. From the open space category, 4 community garden areas, plazas, and 5 picnic areas, including tables, benches, and landscaping and a shade structure are proposed. From the recreation category, swimming pool, children's play structure and tot lot, walking trails, pathways. And from the multimodal category, bicycle repair station and enclosed bicycle storage in the clubhouse. Staff is of the opinion the proposed amenities meet and exceed the standards. Off-street parking is proposed in excess of UDC standards. A minimum of 679 spaces are required, including guest parking and covered spaces. A total of 693 spaces are proposed. Bicycle parking is also proposed for each building and the clubhouse in excess of the minimum standards. Conceptual elevations and perspective drawings of views from Chinden were submitted for the multifamily structures as shown. The commission did recommend denial of this project to City Council. I'll go through a summary of the commission hearing. David Bailey, Bailey Engineering, the applicant's representative, testified in favor. The following folks testified in opposition: Wade Ramsey, Bainbridge Subdivision HOA President, Matt Newcomb, Mark Blokovich, Kirsten Chittister, Don Brown, and Greg Taylor. Written testimony was received from Matt and Ashley Newcomb and John Bartlett the third and Vicky Bartlett, Brooke Nielsen, Wade Ramsey, again the Bainbridge Subdivision HOA President, and Stephanie Batista. The key issues of public testimony were as follows: opposition to the project based on the development requirements in the CCNRs for Compton Subdivision Number 2, which require minimum 1-acre lot sizes within the subdivision, among other things. Opposed to the proposed multifamily development due to overcapacity of various schools and traffic flow in this area, not able to accommodate so much housing. Concern pertaining to traffic cut through Bainbridge subdivision to the commercial uses to the east on 10 Mile Road, southbound traffic on Black Cat Road and congestion during peak hours, request for a traffic signal or a roundabout to alleviate congestion, concern pertaining to safety of children traveling to the nearby elementary school with construction of sidewalks on this property, but no sidewalk along Black Cat Road for approximately 500 feet in between the subject property and the school. Bainbridge HOA Board representing its homeowners opposes this project until infrastructure improvements are made to accommodate the proposed development. And finally, opposed to the development due to the negative impacts on the quality of life of residents in the Trilogy subdivision to the east due to increased traffic volumes and speeds and associated safety hazards for children who live in the area, noise, congestion, and increased activity in the area. Preference for this area to develop with solely residential uses rather than mixed use with commercial, and desire for commercial uses to be provided further to the west. Key issues of discussion by the commission. Opinion that the existing infrastructure, i.e. roads and schools, can't accommodate the proposed development. Black Cat Road won't be widened until 2036 to 2040, and the Black Cat McMillan roundabout isn't scheduled until 2028. Relocation of the common open space located along Ramblin' Drive, where the dog park, clubhouse, and swimming pool and tot lot is located, to a more central integrated location within the multifamily development as recommended by staff. The commission, again, recommended denial of the project due to the proposed density, putting too much burden on current infrastructure, and the site plan not supporting integrated common open space within the multifamily development. Outstanding issue for council tonight, a revised phasing plan was submitted that swaps the 2 phases, phases 1 and 2 of the multifamily development, and includes the construction of Ramblin' Drive to the west to Rustic Oak, As I mentioned earlier, staff had recommended that phases 2 and 3 be swapped to ensure some services are available to serve the proposed residents in this area. As proposed, all of the multifamily will develop prior to any of the commercial uses. There have been many letters of testimony submitted since the commission hearing that are included in the public record. The applicant is here to present tonight. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Sonia, can you tell me what types of housing are permitted under R40? We're seeking a CUP for the multifamily, but can you just walk me through the different types of allowable housing uses in an R40?
Yes, I believe multifamily is the only allowed housing, R40, but let me double check. Actually, I'm mistaken. Single-family attached dwellings are permitted.
That'd be like a townhouse if it's, oh, detached. So that's just a regular single
Two
family.
attached units.
Okay, so multifamily is allowed with a conditional use permit. And then,
Single-family attached dwellings are permitted.
okay,
Principally permitted in the district. Single-family detached dwellings looks like are either accessory or conditional use permit. Townhome dwellings are conditional use permit. Two-family duplex dwellings are conditional use permit.
Mr. Mayor, if I,
Vertically integrated residential projects are conditional use permit.
can you just dig in just a little bit more for me? Like what's principally an R40 used for generally? Is it for residential primarily, or are there other uses in R40?
Typically, it's higher density residential, but it, as I noted, those uses are allowed as well.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is David Bailey. I'm with Bailey Engineering, representing Trilogy. Office address is 1119 East State Street in Eagle. Thanks again to Sonia for the presentation there, and ready to get started here. Do I get that? Okay, thank you. Not as skilled at John as keeping track of the timers. And then I am going to do a short presentation. Then we have our architect here. Will be within the 15 minutes to show the details on the apartments. So. Okay, so we're here for the Bladen subdivision. I've got this started out with an overview on the project, and Sonia did a great job at overviewing what the project is, and we are talking about 312 apartment units. We're talking about 10 single-family townhomes, attached single-family uses. Oh yeah. And then we are talking about commercial that includes two office buildings and potentially a daycare in one of them, and then a coffee shop. And then we're talking about an area that we don't know what we're going to do with on the CG zone, but we know at MURG, we want to reserve that. We've got a conceptual plan that we think works in that range. And then we have some single family residential in what we're calling the holding area on the property. So we've started working on the property about 4 or 5 years ago. Started working on this. We have several iterations as we went through and dealing with the issues with this. And when we started on it then, the property and the surrounding area just wasn't mature to get us to where we needed to go. And what property could be included in it and how that was going to work was just not clear to us. So we've been through a bunch of iterations, and we think we've got it to the right place now. The final iteration being timing following the planning and zoning hearing. So I'll just jump right into that. Here is that I don't know if that shows up if I do that mouse on there. Nope. So the Planning and Zoning Commission, as Sonia said, recommended denial. And that was primarily based, from my understanding, on the traffic on 10 Mile Road that would come from this project in advance of the improvements that could be done out there. And so we had initially proposed to build half of the street in front of the school in order to do our second phase of the apartments here. But with the traffic and the timing on there, we see that the right answer here is to build Ramblin' Road to, used to be called Levi Lane, now it's Rustic Avenue, which is currently constructed out to Chinden. The traffic signal is scheduled and I think designed. They're just waiting to figure out how to get that paved and get that built, along with the Highway 21 or Highway 16 improvements to the west of here. So before this project would ever go, we're going to have that Levi Lane, Rustic Oak out there with a fully operational traffic signal at that end of the project. So what we're proposing now is to build that entire road out to Rustic Oak in our first phase and not connect to 10 Mile at all in the first phase. So we still would need and that's what we're showing in our phasing plan, that connection of Ramblin' to 10 Mile Road would be in phase 2. What that gives us the timing on is,
Mr. Bailey, I think it's Black Cat that you're referencing, just so you
yes,
get
Black
the
Cat,
record straight.
I'm sorry. Project to these. Thank you very much. So not connecting to Black Cat Road until we would start on the second phase of the project. And that still would require the temporary emergency access to Chinden Boulevard at the north end of that first phase. So what that gives us is a project that can now move forward and start in next year, or start construction on the site a year from now and have that build out. And then we wouldn't start construction on the site on the phase 2 and make any connection to Black Cat until the roundabout at Black Cat and McMillan is constructed. Their right-of-way acquisition in 2027. It's in the CIP. I think it's in the 5-year work plan. Yeah, it's in the 5-year work plan at this point. Construction in 2028. And then on Black Cat Road, we would be, of course, widening along our frontage. We'd provide all the sidewalk along our frontage there. And then we would provide a right turn lane into the site coming south on Black Cat Road into the site. And then there's an ITD condition, which we would follow, which would provide an additional right turn lane from Black Cat onto Chinden at the intersection up there. So we spent quite a bit of time primarily talking to Ada County Highway District and the school district associated with these issues. So we've gone to the school district, we talked with Dave Reinhardt there, put together an agreement for them to actually allow us to build that entire road across their property. And there's a section of ground that was left out of Prescott Ridge that wasn't improved. We'll be building that as well. And so the right-of-way is available. We have an agreement with the school district in order to build that right-of-way, and we can build that entire road out to Rustic Oak. And we think that gives us a great way forward on the project here. ACHD, we said, hey, how do we get Black Cat improvements moved up? What do we do on this end? How does that work? How does that end? Our traffic study said that that's where it sits on this 2036 to 2040 improvement on making 5 lanes out of Black Cat. That doesn't mean that we don't have a wider road along our frontage. To the south of here it is. There's certainly some restrictions, but the traffic numbers just don't get ACHD to build that road. If those change, that plan can change as well. But that's currently their take on that end of it. It's my impression, our traffic engineer's impression, and ACHD's impression that this road is adequate to handle the traffic from the surrounding area and this in the straight segment of this road until those improvements are made. And this would not have a significant negative impact.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt Mr.
Yes,
Bailey. I'm trying to get some clarification on this piece, and I think it's important. So maybe we can stop this clock. Mr. Bailey's saying that the roads can handle it, but we've got level of service rating F from ACHD. So I guess, Mr. Bailey, if you just want to maybe address that now, help me understand how you can say that the roadways can handle it when we've got an ACHD staff report that says level F.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what condition in the ACHD staff report that says that it can't handle it. It says that there's a level of service of the intersection on Black Cat to Chinden. Is that what you're referring to?
At McMillan. The intersection is
McMillan.
operating at level of service F and is exceeding ACHD minimum operational thresholds during the PM peak hour. It's highlighted in blue. It's their most up-to-date staff report.
So that is corrected with the construction of a roundabout at McMillan and Black Cat in 2028, which we don't intend to add traffic to Black Cat prior to that construction of that roundabout. And that's it's not a condition of the staff report, but we're setting our phases up and accepting that as a condition that we won't add traffic to Black Cat until the roundabout is constructed at Black Cat and McMillan. The southbound right turn lane from Black Cat into our site is constructed, and a right turn lane from our site onto Chinden going east is constructed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to get done quickly here because I want to cover a couple other topics. So we have an agreement with the school, and we have gone to the highway district and talked to them about the improvements that are required, and we're willing to do all the improvements that are required to make sure that we don't have this huge negative impact on Black Cat. We don't have especially a left turn motion. So I'll throw out here a little more. I think I got about 2 minutes before I'm going to run out of time. I got to get our architect up here. Ramblin' Road is the collector street that's required per your master street map, and that puts some severe restrictions on the suitability of this site for a big box. And so we've looked at what we can do with the site, which was what we would expect in an MUR zone. And so we've tried to follow the cut sheet, and we looked through a lot of stuff. We've gone to the realtors and had them reach out to a variety of uses. I've laid out every kind of project that you can put on here, whether it be a Home Depot or a Target or a Walgreens or any of the mid boxes, and we can accommodate those. We have had some discussions with Mrs. Sexton, who owns the corner property to the northeast here, and that may be available to combine into this to make it a bigger site at some point. But what we're doing is we're preserving that area into the future so that it can be done. We are committed to building in the second phase the plaza, which is required by the cut sheet, and we have some really great presentations on how nice of a central plaza this will be once we have the residential and the commercial built. And then the multifamily has its own open space and area that it uses to the west there within the project. I'll address that in a second too. So we think that the layout, this sits really well. The 10 acres to the south is restricted to no development of lots less than 1 acre on this. And our plan does not violate that. We don't plan to plat any of that area until such time as that gets resolved. We don't know how long that takes or what it does, but we need to do something with the rest of this property, make this a coordinated project, reserve this area into the future. And that's what we propose to do here. We don't intend to violate those CC&Rs with respect to that. As to the location of the clubhouse and the pool, this is another issue that we've talked to the school district about and said, hey, what would you rather see across from your future middle school? And they are going to build on that site, according to Mr. Reinhardt with the school district. We spent some time with them. You just rather see the apartments there or see the clubhouse there. The reason we put it there, it's centrally located. It's in the middle of the site. It will provide great access from everybody there. Gets to and it gives us some separation between the collector and our residents within there. But we're not going to die on that hill. If you really think we got to put it in the middle of the buildings up there, I can do that. It doesn't affect our density or what we do on that at all. We think that's the appropriate place commercially for our clubhouse and our thing to be located. But again, not going to die on that hill. We also have a great element in keeping this off of Chinden is that we've got the significant buffer area there from Chinden. We'll have a berm out there, and we'll show you some presentation of that. And we have these buildings set back across a parking lot from there. So our residents are going to be far enough from Chinden that they aren't an eyesore for Chinden, and also are not, a problem for our residents. And we, of course, have to have the berm with the fence that creates our sound barrier along the north boundary there. I'm going to step aside my time here and see if we can get Henry to come up here and show you his presentation. If it gets at the end of that. And that'll come back to that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Henry Prendergast. I'm a senior project manager at Cole Architects. My address is 2501 West Pleasanton, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Don't want to belabor the point here. I can speak specifically to the buildings on the site, particularly the aesthetics. I'm assuming there'll be a design review in the future where we'll go over a lot of this again. Sonia covered a lot of the bases with building types. Again, 312 units across 16 buildings, a mix of 3-bedroom, 2 and 1, spread across roughly 16 acres. I have in a presentation some building elevations, perspectives to kind of show. I have a flash drive. Does that work? Okay. No, you're good. Good. Oh.
Mayor and Council, while Sonia's pulling that up, I just wanted to let you know that the roundabout at McMillan and Black Act's actually been bumped to another year. So it's 2029 now. It just was recently updated by ACHD. Just wanted to share that for you. I'm looking at their map online and I see they finally updated their map. So it's pushed out another year.
Maybe I didn't put it on the flash drive, so we're good. Yeah, I can run through. This is kind of a large entitlement package here. And again, a lot of this will probably go through at a later time if presumably there's a design review for this project. Again, focusing on the B request, the conditional use of the multifamily. And moving through, again, not to get too far in the weeds of things like unit plans, that's a little further along. But again, we have our breakdowns of the units in the project, our larger building floor plans. Again, a little more in detail at this point, but kind of seeing how we're going to break out those unit mixes across the 3 buildings, all 3 floors, walk-ups with loaded corridors. but kind of want to move into the more kind of aesthetics and stuff that we kind of reviewed before. So again, aesthetically kind of looking, we call it a mountain modern aesthetic, kind of a Western aesthetic. We like kind of a simple design, not a lot of modulation within the Meridian design standards, but something that's kind of simple and elegant, a kind of simple multifamily product. This is our 12-plex, again, 3 floors, 12-plex unit, different color schemes, which again is part of that design process to fit within the design standards of having a variety of color on the facades facing the separate roads on the project. So the way that's spread out on that kind of site plan we saw before should fit into that kind of design criteria. This is our 30-plex. Again, we have entrances on each side and then kind of an open corridor down the center. Again, different color schemes. And then looking at our site plans here, again, we covered some of this, kind of looking probably primarily at the amenity space, which is what's going to be important beyond parking counts and things like that, which we've reviewed. Again, having a kind of a good amount of amenity space on the project, walking paths, dog parks, a lot of excessive green space, plaza areas, kind of a large clubhouse area. These are all kind of things we put in, I think were important to us to kind of work into the project over this process. That's what these are kind of showing, each one of these spaces: community gardens, picnic areas, plaza courtyards, pretty large dog park to the southwest of the site. Again, these are precedents, not necessarily need to look at those right now, and kind of, we can get into that later, and just kind of to focus on the concept perspectives. Again, looking at different sides, these are your kind of broader angles. Looking westbound down Chinden, you kind of have that large buffer, which we think is nice to give some space. Our original design was a lot closer. We pulled that back to kind of create more of a bike path and something that has a little more access and could be used in kind of a median sense. Eastbound, this is kind of the western approach coming from Ramblin'. So this is looking at the dog park and kind of through to the buildings. Again, a lot of trees, a lot of green space, a lot of walkability was important to us. General view of the dog park, kind of looking out towards Ramblin'. So this is the plaza to the east. And again, this kind of sits just outside the property line and connects it to that commercial space to the east. So again, how that's kind of developed, we'll kind of see, but I think for the residents and the multifamily residents, this will be an important area, a connective tissue to the eastern area, the commercial area. Again, try to get through some of these. Time might be up there, but trying to move.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strayer.
in light of some of the technical challenges and so forth, I would love to ask a question to tell me more, please, for 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
We
Thank
did
you.
stop the timer for them, but yes, you got 2 more minutes to answer questions.
Thank you. Yeah, well, just to step back again, David mentioned this area, the plaza, which I think was an important area to us to kind of centralize the residential into commercial and be kind of a connective area for the residents as that eastern area develops north of Ramblin'. A few more shots through that plaza kind of show how it's pedestrian friendly. There's a lot of movement. Seating areas kind of built into structures, built into landscape elements. Again, more shots through that plaza. And then looking kind of on that southern corridor, looking north, this is the area that, again, potentially up in the air as far as putting your amenity and green space to the south or in kind of more in the development. And so this is looking south where you'd have a lot of park space, pools, dog parks looking north. Again, it kind of buffers that multifamily from the southern parcels, however they get developed looking north, be it a school or whatever else. Again, I think it provides kind of a nice block and a nice area to kind of have that circulation from the south to the north, where we presume there'll be a lot of pedestrian traffic. These are a few more pathways, kind of showing the green space between the buildings. Again, trying to break up that density as much as we can, get more green space, more picnic areas within kind of the apartments themselves. And here's kind of a covered garden plaza area as well. I think more kind of shots of the interior, but I think that's pretty much the perspectives there. Yeah, so I can kind of yield to any questions you guys have about the buildings or the site.
Right. Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I've got several, but I'll just start off with a couple. It's either Wayne or David. Is there security that would prevent public safety personnel from getting to these units? What I mean is we've had some developments that were built where our public safety personnel were stuck at a gate and could not get to the front doors of apartments. Is there any type of security preventing our public safety personnel from getting to the doors of these units if they're coming and responding?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, we don't have any proposed, access restrictions to the site. It would be like most apartment complexes, you can drive in and out. So I assume that the clubhouse would be locked up and not attended, but as far as the buildings, there's no gates or any restrictions to access. And the site plan has been reviewed by the fire department as part of what we looked at here, and we believe we meet all the fire access standards for it.
Mr. Mayor, follow up?
That's my motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up. I got to admit, I'm a little concerned when I see a SIP-TED standard and you didn't initially want to comply with it. I'm assuming it's because you wanted to have those amenities open to the school, not within your development.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question. I apologize, I can't hear very well.
As staff was speaking, they asked that you move the clubhouse, swimming pool, and tot lot to a more central area within your development to meet both the open space and SIP-TED standards, SIP-TED being crime prevention through environmental design. And again, could you go through that one more time for me?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton. So I don't understand about I do understand the standards that you're talking about, but in this case, this actually has the ability to see this all from a public street. I'm not sure how those standards are not being complied with what we're doing, right? So I think we're meeting those safety standards. I don't understand the staff comment as it relates to that point. As it relates to, there are standards in there that said that the clubhouse and pool and common area should be centrally located within the apartment complex. And we looked at that, and we are in the middle of the apartment complex. We're just not in the very center. So we're east-west centered within the apartment complex. And as a business decision, the owner said, I would rather have those things easily accessible still by all the apartments. We're talking 16 acres. So the walking distance, would be a little longer for the piece of people at the north end. But that we would have then that buffer between the collector street and the school to the apartment units. That said, if there's a requirement that we put it in the geometric center of the apartment complex, we'll comply with that. We just don't think it's the best thing for our project as far as, and for our tenants in the long run, to have that located in the middle of the project instead of out there, because the leasing offices will be in there, and as well as all that use space. So, and we do have significant open space within the project itself, and I'm going to go through things kind of quickly, but we do have those plaza areas are significant wide areas. The garden areas are significant wide areas. Then we have extra space between the buildings behind that are landscaped and pathways, and that are really, usable open space between the buildings behind them that we think are a great amenity. They also provide that walking pathway all the way around and through, you know, through all of the buildings for the whole apartment complex. So we like the open space where it is, but as I said before, we're not going to die on that hill. If there's some specific requirement that says you've got to be here, then we'll comply.
If I could follow up on where do the pathways go between the buildings? It's kind of a rhetorical question. They don't go to us, they don't go to the clubhouse, they don't go to the dog park, they just go between buildings. You know, they connect the buildings, but they don't go to amenities, at least not from what I saw. You know, maybe could take you to the parking lot, you know, the one in the middle, but they don't really connect, in my opinion, to the design of the facility.
If I can get a map up, show you what we intended with that, Mr. Mayor. Uh-oh, lost it again. While he's doing that, if I could just take a quick second for a list, Mr. Mayor, that I was going to close with is that we had 5 recommendations in the staff report of things that we should change on here. One is to switch the mid-box and the office locations back and forth to put the mid-box closer to Black Cat Road, which we've complied with. Relocate the plaza in the holding area so that it's in a better spot for the future. We'll actually have 2 plazas. We're going to build one with phase 2. And another one would be built when the commercial portion is built out. Submit the details for the plaza, which we've had some great details on what we're going to do on that first plaza with that, and we think that's a great thing. And it says submit new legal description for CG and LO. And what that's referring to is we're not going to have the CG zone go all the way out to that road in the holding area. We would actually zone those areas as LO, so we get that transition for your comp plan, which says the CG area, office use, across a road, residential use, other, you know, offsite to the property there. The one component that we just discussed was relocating the clubhouse, pool, dog park within the development, which I just discussed our reasoning on that. That's good. Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, as to your question there, so we're showing these pathways that go, this one goes down here to the dog park. This pathway goes all the way around the outside of the project through this way, connects back through here and to this pathway. So we're connecting, these are the plazas, these are the garden areas here, and these are the larger plazas that we have there that have significant, you know, gathering space within those. And then these north-south pathways, and yes, you do have to cross the sidewalk or cross the parking lot to get to the clubhouse from these. So from this area here, this unit would go this way, down across this way, and across to the clubhouse and pool at this end. Same thing from this direction. You go down this direction or down here to the dog path in there. So we felt that we provided that connectivity to crisscross and go back and forth and fully around the entire apartments here, and that was our intent. If we were to move this to the center, if that were a requirement, we could move this to the center of the site and have apartment buildings down here along the road, and then that would, I mean, it would lay out as well. We just think it's the way our tenants will really enjoy the property, and it's an efficient way to lay the property out as well. So that's why we said it that way. But we were very intentional about this is a new product. We're pretty excited about it, about the spacing between them, about the spacing from Chinden, about the spacing from the collector street, and about the circulation within the site. And then the plaza area that we have to the east here, I think the actual square footage of it is bigger than the Generations Plaza in Meridian here, for example, for scale size. And it will connect the apartments to the future commercial. And in phase two, we are committed to building the 2 buildings to the north, which would be office and or retail buildings. And then we will provide and try to find a tenant for a coffee shop here, which would provide services to the neighbors here. We have had interest from a party who would like to build a daycare in this area, which we think would be a great use. Those would all be available in phase two. And then we'd still have significant area to the east to meet the city's RU goals of having a larger, draw use in this area, and so, and the office space to do the same thing.
Okay. Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just a quick one. You made a comment that you're not going to add traffic to Black Cat. I am not tracking on how that is true. Yeah, I just want to give you an opportunity to explain your comment
Thank you.
in detail. If you could point to phasing and roadways on this map, that would be helpful.
Councilmember Strader. So the initial plan is that we will build the western half of the apartments and the dog park and the clubhouse pool area. And then we will build Ramblin' Road from there to the west out to Rustic Oak. And then Rustic Oak will provide traffic for the entire first phase until such time as the roundabout is built on Black Cat. So we wouldn't do phase two unless, and then phase two is when we rebuild the remaining portion of Ramblin' to Black Cat. So we're gonna build the western phase of this, and there's gonna be a delay before we would move to the eastern portion of this and move there until Black Cat is sufficient to handle the traffic from this. So eventually we will put traffic on Black Cat, yes. But it won't be until the roundabout is built. We have a right turn lane from Black Cat onto Chinden at the north end, which is scheduled to provide sufficient traffic for this. And as far as the 2029 issue on the roundabout is that we won't put traffic on there until the roundabout's built, would be our condition on that. And
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time tracking with that because you may be directing traffic onto Rustic Oak, but there's nothing that, just human behavior, there's nothing that is preventing someone from turning onto Chinden and taking a right turn onto Black Cat, right? I mean, explain to me your rationale of how Black Cat would be entirely avoided. I'm not following that at all. You may not be connecting directly to Black Cat until your later phases, but you're still adding a significant amount of traffic indirectly to Black Cat. It may not be directly, but I don't understand how you're not, how you're avoiding
traffic
that.
from here would go to Rustic Oak, Chinden, and then come back and turn right on Black Cat?
Potentially. I mean, that's one avenue they could take. I mean, I could think of a few different ones. I mean, they may go down, you don't have a map in front of me that shows where Rustic Oak connects, but I don't understand why someone would, follow that down and then eventually go back onto Black Cat. I'm kind of struggling with your argument on that. So I've heard your thought process, and I guess I'll try to digest it during the meeting. I do have another question, which is, I have a lot of trepidation about moving forward on this without something identified for the hard corner. Would that at least be connected to all of the city utilities, and during what phase, and where's that at? And I'll just preface this by saying I have a very high bar for annexation in general. I feel like this is the time where the city has the most discretion in terms of, setting an appropriately high bar. And so I just want to be frank. I'm unsurprising, right? When we've had a recommendation for denial from both planning and zoning, and then city staff has a number of concerns. I think you received feedback and you had an opportunity to make changes to maybe centralize your open space, et cetera. But with the level of service on Black Cat and the timing, unless you can really articulate to me how you're not going to add traffic to Black Cat, I'm struggling. If you want to take another crack at that, but.
May I?
Please.
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Strader. So our traffic analysis, we are not going to connect traffic directly to Black Cat is what I'm saying here. So if someone decides they want to go out Levi Lane from any other project or this one and go on to Black Cat, we certainly have not considered that to be a significant impediment to the Black Cat traffic in doing that. So I don't know what those numbers are. But I don't think that we will add any appreciable, noticeable traffic to Black Cat until such time as we connect Ramblin to Black Cat. That's my point on that.
But Mr. Mayor, you're seeking an annexation and an approval and entitlement for this whole project, right? So there's nothing from the city's perspective that prevents you from building out all of the phases of your project. So unless you're willing to restrict yourself in some way, which I don't think would make sense, I don't understand how you're not adding traffic to Black Cat. I'm just not tracking with you
We are
there.
willing to restrict ourselves in saying that we will not add traffic to Black Cat until the roundabout at Black Cat and McMillan is constructed and the right turn lane from Black Cat onto Chinden is constructed. We wouldn't add traffic directly to Black Cat until those two things are constructed. And we are willing to restrict our second phase development until those things happen. In which case the traffic study and ACHD analysis says that Black Cat can handle the traffic from this project. That's all we can get is what our traffic engineer and ACHD says we can do on that. As to the property in the northeast corner, we have provided a concept plan of what could be there. But as you know, commercial development takes a very long time. We have to reserve the ground for it. It was over 10 years before the Costco came in there. And this site will never be available to put a Costco in here or a Home Depot or a Target for that matter. The site doesn't fit it and we don't have the access because there will never be a traffic signal at Ramblin and Black Cat on this site. So we can't expect to have that kind of use in the property. And to tell you the truth, we'd rather limit that to a smaller amount, but we understand the city has a need under your comprehensive plan for us to provide a certain amount of reserved commercial space. We don't own the corner. Mrs. Sexton does. We've had discussions with her and we don't know what she's going to do. And I can't predict that. And I can't predict that I'm going to do that. But in the meantime, we think that this is the end look of this site in the long run. So we would like to come in here with a project and say, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's a good design and it's probably what's going to happen in the long run. And it makes sense for the city and for us. It provides a road for the school. It provides improvements to Black Cat and it provides a much needed backage road adjacent to Chinden, which the city has lost the opportunity for up and down Chinden on the east side. Most of our roads are a quarter mile or a half mile south of Chinden. So a backage road that provides a commercial area like this, separates, gives great access to the school. This in the long run, this site plan in the very long run makes sense. So if your bar for annexation is that you want something more resolved, I don't think anything's going to get a whole lot more resolved on this site, except for we're eventually going to come up with a good user here that's going to meet at least the local areas, if not some further areas, need for that commercial and the office zone, the mid box, whether it be a Walgreens or whether it be a Whole Foods or something that could fit in this site that would work great, and the office and the retail that goes along with that is going to be great. In the meantime, we're going to build some commercial there. We're going to have some places for people to work, probably a daycare, have a coffee shop, and this thing's all ready to go for everybody else. When the commercial gets there, it gets there. The rest of this makes a whole lot of sense.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for answering my question.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Kind of along those lines, you might have said it earlier, but on Levi Lane, when it connects to Chinden, did you say there is a light plan to be there and when would that be?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, so there is a light planned for there. Its design is done. They're trying to get things paved and get that light put in this fall is the plan. And Brighton's actually building that light. Is that correct? Right? Yeah, Brighton's building the light there. And then if not, it'll be in the spring. So before we would ever move it tablespoon of dirt, we're going to have a traffic signal at Rustic Oak.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, David, you had talked about putting sidewalk on Black Cat, and one of our primary things has been kids having safe routes to school. Will that sidewalk get the kids all the way to the current elementary school, or will they still have space that does not have a safe area for them to walk to school?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Roberts, I guess I got to ask a question is I'm not sure right off the bat which school we're talking about. Where's the location, Sonia?
It's just in here as nearby elementary.
I think it's Pleasant View.
Pleasant View.
Pleasant View? Pleasant View.
Which side of Black Cat is that, Sonia? Do you know?
Yeah, the east side down that gondola, I believe is the road.
Okay.
Black Hat and Gondola.
So they would have to cross Black Cat, and I believe we asked the school about this, and those kids would ride a bus as opposed to walk. Correct?
Yeah, if
I can't remember the exact thing on that.
Anytime you cross an arterial, it's not a walk zone, so it is busing if that is the school that they would go to.
So it's on the east side of Black Cat, that wouldn't be there. We are going to build our sidewalk along our frontage, of course. And in fact, a 10-foot wide path, and we're building a 10-foot wide path along both sides of Ramblin when it's completed. So we would have that 10-foot detached pathway on both sides of that and along Black Cat with the regional pathway. And then that regional pathway actually goes up through our site and then continues along Chinden to the north end. So we're all making all those connections from that end. And that'd be great access to the school, to the middle school when that goes in there.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe staying on the concept of schools. So, Mr. Mayor, I want you to know, I like this idea that you're trying to bring of kind of micro community. I've got big concerns about the roads, but probably larger than that is the impact on schools. I think when you first applied for this project, you had maybe, I think it was just Pleasant View that was close to capacity. Now with our fall enrollments, both the elementary, middle, and high school are over their capacity before this project. And since it sounds like you've had some good conversations with West Ada, particularly of the middle school, when is their plans to get that school built, and did they share any of that with you?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, so they don't have a specific date in mind to build that school, but they will build one there at some point, and that's up to them when their needs. So we pressed him on that issue as well. But we do have a letter of support from Ada County in the file, or from West Ada School District in the file, saying that they can handle the children from this. And that's all we can do is say, we say,
Mr.
here's
Mayor?
our proposed project, and they say that they can accommodate the children from this development.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Bailey. I'm not aware of that, of a letter of support. I am aware of a letter from July that shows current enrollment for last year. But I'm not necessarily seeing something where they are in support of.
I think it's
this
their standard letter that, they've never given us a letter that says they cannot accommodate.
Right.
Because they don't legally have the.
Correct.
in
But
their
Mr.
opinion,
Mayor,
to do that.
I think the applicant is trying to attest that the West Ada has sent him a letter of support for this project. And just like I have some concerns when the applicant states that our roads can handle this project, when we've got a staff report from ACHD that says level of service F, I want to make sure that the record's clear. West Ada has not put a letter in support. They've put a letter outlining what the student generation for this project would be, which is outdated based on current enrollment.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, I'm not sure what I can answer on that because I can submit our project to the West Ada School District and they can send me a letter that says that here's what we have and that they are advising you that they are not objecting to this development based on school capacity. So this letter does not say we object to this development based on school capacity, which is what we're talking about.
Mr. Mayor.
For the project.
And Mr. Bailey, I'm not going to go back and forth with you on this. It is not an accurate statement to say that you have support from West Ada on this project. You're correct. They have not objected because they cannot, but I guess I would just caution you about your choice of language, because there's been a couple of times tonight that I've grown very cautious of how you've tried to phrase things that don't match the reality. So I'm going to caution you, sir, to be real careful how you couch support from different agencies within this valley, and making sure that it accurately reflects the documentation they've provided us.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, let's get to the public testimony.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Steve Elliott representing Bainbridge HOA.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Steve Elliott. I reside at 4718 West Lost Rapids Street, Meridian 83646, obviously in Bainbridge. I'm one of the 2 residents in our whole area that was affected by the 500-foot radius. So I've been all over this since it started. And to be honest, y'all have stolen a lot of my thunder that I was going to talk about tonight, because you're asking the questions that I feel we as a board feel needs to be answered. And it's traffic and safety of our kids. That's I wasn't aware, and I must have missed it in the packet, that they were going to punch Ramblin' on through to the west and not develop on Black Cat. But Ms. Strader pointed out that they will go there and they will turn right, and go back down Black Cat. That's the way to get here. Or even worse, they will take Ramblin' to Rustic Oak, turn left, and go to the roundabout at McMillan and Rustic Oak, which is through, I believe it's called the Oaks subdivision. So that traffic is going to end up at the Black Cat McMillan intersection. And we're not against development at all, because I mean, we're in Bainbridge. It's nearly a mile from Black Cat to Chinden. I don't know how many acres that is, but it's a lot. But the infrastructure, we've been pounding that. We've had, this is the second in person, and we've had 2 written comments on it. And you know, the part about the sidewalk on Black Cat, everything I've seen is that's on the frontage of this project, south on Black Cat to Larry Lane, where this project ends. And from Larry Lane south to Vanderbilt, West Vanderbilt, there is no sidewalk, and there's no, as far as I know, the forest is there. And it's a very shallow roadway. There's not really even a shoulder there. I've walked it, and there, you know, obviously they will bus kids and all that, but even if the road doesn't get punched through to Black Cat, children are pretty smart. They're going to take the path of least resistance, and they're going to cut cross country, go through the forest, and get onto the sidewalk at Vanderbilt. And there is a controlled stoplight crosswalk at Black Cat and Gondola. And it gets a lot of use. I drive that road every day, and there's a lot of use there. So I just wanted to be here to talk about that. You know, I've lived in Meridian 33 years. I was a rural fire commissioner. I was a football coach. I'm an HOA board member for 3 years. So I do care about this stuff. And I've got 8 grandchildren that live in the area. So I'm 100% invested in this. And I think it looks like a really neat project and some great ideas. I just think it's too soon. Thank you.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, Matt Newcomb.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Matt Newcomb. I live at 5120 West Larry Lane, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. My property is contiguous to the proposed development. It's in the southwest corner. If you look at the map on the screen, it is right here where the mouse is. I represent my wife and I, as well as our neighbors, Jack and Vicky Bartlett. And the Bartletts live immediately across Larry Lane from the development right here. We submitted a letter to the city. It's on the development website to ask you to object to the project. A reason for requesting that you object is we have an agreement between property owners within the subdivision and within the CC&Rs for how development needs to take place. The developer is an owner within the subdivision and they have agreed to those rights. They've agreed to those terms. We're definitely not asking you to adjudicate our agreement with them, but essentially it doesn't make sense to approve the subdivision. Mr. Bailey just mentioned the developer will respect the CC&Rs. So this property that is labeled holding area commercial, if they elect to respect the CC&Rs, then the Bartletts and our family or whoever owns those properties will essentially have authority as to when that property can be developed. And if they don't elect to respect the CC&Rs, and we would anticipate a court would prohibit them from developing that property. So I don't understand all the zoning requirements and all the annexation requirements, but I understand that this property labeled holding area commercial is required for the development, and essentially it wouldn't be in the developer's authority to develop it if they either respect the CC&Rs or a court prohibits them from progressing. So with that, do you have any questions for me? I've included a couple of letters in our submittal to you from attorneys that demonstrate that case law is consistent with this approach.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
are you able to put a finer point on the exact area of this proposed development that overlaps with the Compton subdivision CC&Rs?
Yes, it is the it is this line. I feel like this mouse is slow to respond. It is this east-west line right here is in Compton subdivision. It's everything to the south of that line.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, those are all the signups we had.
Is there anybody else present who'd like, if you'd like to come on up? You're good, don't we? Not needed. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Council, Mac Myers, Settlers Irrigation District, Boise, Idaho. I was just looking at this plan. Mac Myers, Settlers Irrigation District. So this design is supplied water by Settlers Irrigation, and it doesn't look like they have sufficient irrigation for the green space that you guys are requiring.
Can you choose one of the mics?
So this design, the design for the irrigation setup is not adequate to supply irrigation to the green space that's required for a parcel of this size. So typically something this size would have a pond, and I think it's something that we need to work further on together. And I was working with Kyle on this stuff, but when you guys have a requirement for a certain amount of green space per acre, and we have to like work out the irrigation, this irrigation design that is incorporated into this plan is not sufficient for this development. So there's not a water supply that's adequate to keep all of this green space green the way it's currently designed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
what was your name again? I'm sorry.
Mac Myers.
Mr. Myers, are you providing an opinion as an employee or a member of the irrigation district, as a personal citizen with knowledge of
As the
it?
district manager, yeah, so we
Okay.
review these plans,
Mhm.
you know, and these usually, Trilogy, is that who did this, Dave? Okay, yeah, so, typically we have this on our website, so any plat or parcel that's within our district, we have requirements on our website that are provided public knowledge or pressurized irrigation, gravity irrigation for any kind of developments that are occurring when there's a land use change from agricultural to, you know, subdivided.
Got it. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Council, any other questions? Right, thank you. Is there anybody else present who would like to provide testimony at this time? And seeing nobody online except for our staff, would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As to the point of Mr. Myers, we have met with the irrigation district. We walked the site and we have a preliminary engineering report that shows that we can provide the appropriate irrigation to the property. And those would be detailed in the final development plans, which would be reviewed by the irrigation district as well. So we meet all those requirements. We plan. I don't have any further comments on the questions, Mr. Newcomb. You know, we have met with them. We just met with them last week, with them and the Bartlett's to the south there, talking about the property and what we intend to do with that. I guess just to summarize, again, you know, we think this is what's going to happen in the long run. This is what we would like to do with the property. We think it's very consistent with what you have. We would like to move forward with building the western half of the apartments, and so we are asking for your approval tonight. And we don't intend to violate any of the capacity requirements of the school or of the roads or do anything along those lines that is not going to work. So we have the conditions of approval that we're great to abide with. And again, on moving the clubhouse within the site there, you know, I've explained, you know, what we would like to do with that. And again, if that was the will of the council that we move that with inside there, then we'd be happy to do that. So we are asking you for approval, and we think that this is, you know, it's going to take a while, but we think that this request is timely in that we can get moving on this and we can build a portion of Ramblin' and we can build a portion of the apartments and start moving forward on detailed plans to build out the remainder of the project. Stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any questions? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
can't remember if it was Councilman Roundtree or Councilman Byrd, but one quote that's running through my head with annexations is go slow and get it right. So I am thinking that maybe we should discuss a continuance. So we've got time to mull all of this information over. And I know there's more questions floating around of what we need answered at 10 o'clock at night. Just a thought.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe just while we're sharing our thoughts, yeah, I do think that the bar for annexation should be appropriately high, and any time that we annex and approve something, I think we have to assume, you know, that the timing could be quick. We don't know what the timing will be, you know, that's within the applicant's control, but at the time that we've approved something, we're giving that the green light to move forward. And I do think with annexation that sometimes the timing is just not appropriate and not in the best interests of the city. And in this case, I have a pretty strong view, so I just want to be upfront with that. I thought that the Planning and Zoning Commission's rationale for denial was sound. I'm troubled by a few other things as well. I think that getting some sort of resolution on the CCNRs with the Compton subdivision would make sense for the applicant to do on their end before seeking approval. I agree that the open space is not appropriately located and that the amenities need to be centralized. I'm troubled that the applicant didn't make those changes, but I wouldn't direct them to do so if I'm not on board with approving this at this time. The lack of sidewalks on Black Cat is troubling. I think the school capacity issue is troubling. I think particularly more troubling is the level of service on Black Cat and the timing of those improvements. I'd love to have more clarity on what's happening with the corner lot. And I don't agree with the rationale that the applicant wouldn't be adding traffic to Black Cat. By definition, when this project is fully built out, it certainly will. I just have a kind of a gut rule of thumb generally, which is I hate, adding a ton of housing in very close proximity to a 2-lane road. That troubles me. I could probably continue, but yeah, I won't be in support of this request. So I just wanted to be upfront about that. For me, a continuance, unless the applicant really wanted one, a continuance, I don't think would change my mind.
I think that'd be important before we go to a continuance is if council feels like there's a way for the applicant to get the yes in people's mind, then absolutely, because I think that there are things that would need to be addressed. But if they're not, then let's not waste people's time. And so I think that's an important thing for everyone to contemplate is there a way to yes for you on this project at this time or not?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
going to kind of echo the words of Councilwoman Strader. I'm not in favor of this. There's just too many clear roadblocks to this happening. Even if these school-age children that were elementary students got into Pleasant View Elementary, that requires all of them driving on, the parents driving on Black Cat Road. I think that's what we keep talking about. And anybody who's been anywhere near an elementary school when they have a special event, which they do all the time in elementary school, knows that we end up with a lot of traffic on the roads outside, and that's going to be Black Cat Road. There is no way that this development goes in, even if you put all the traffic out on Chinden, that you're not impacting Black Cat. That just goes without saying. It may take them a little longer to get onto it, but they're going to find it. I have concerns about the commercial lot that we're really not talking about because doesn't sound like we can talk about it. Doesn't sound like we're able to develop on it right now because there's other rules of law in place. I looked in the file and Mr. Myers, there's 2 letters with your name on it in the file attached. But unfortunately, I don't see a letter stating what you testified here to tonight. So I don't see anything from Settlers saying in the file that anything was approved. It's another outstanding issue. There's just several. I'm going to let the fact that you didn't want to put the clubhouse and all the other amenities in the center as we like to see it. We don't do that because we're trying to harass a developer or harass a project. I was one of the first people to bring crime prevention through environmental design to this city. I was one of the first officers certified in that. It's used across this country to try to make the safest developments we can. And when staff now brings that and codifies it and tries to bring those principles in, it's to help make those some of the safest projects in the city. And when I see that, and I know you said you don't want to die on that hill, but just the kind of resistance and why you wanted to do it the way you wanted to do it, that doesn't give me the greatest level of confidence in what we're doing here tonight. So I'm not in favor of a continuance. I'm not in favor in this project moving forward at all.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, having read a 71-page staff report, I think that's the biggest staff report since I've been on the council. Having read all of the public testimony that was submitted and is part of the record, and I had some real concerns coming into this hearing tonight about this project. And I think Mr. Elliott summed it up. It's traffic and kids. And I don't think that this project clears the bar in alleviating those concerns that I had coming into this hearing. I like some of what is proposed and being discussed. I think it may be too early for prime time. It may end up looking like this at some point down the road. But tonight, I don't think that I'm in a position to move forward on approving this. So I would not be in support of continuing the hearing and think that we ought to make a decision tonight on whether it's a go or no go.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, I think Mr. Bailey makes a good point. I do think this is probably something like this is going to end up here. But it does feel like one of all the projects I've considered, there's seemed to be a lot of unanswered questions about it too. And not to pile on too much, but I do think that I think the design is kind of poor, if I'm being honest. I think if I'm giving you good feedback, I think it's not very creative. And so usually I don't like to micromanage any of that stuff, but as far as feedback, I think you should consider carefully what the other members of council have said today in terms of design. I think that's an important concept. But given the holding area, what we heard in testimony tonight with the irrigation district, there's a lot of unknowns that we can't answer. And if you've been on Black Cat Road, it's not very fun. And I don't have a lot of confidence that ACHD is going to expedite any kind of investment in Black Cat Road anytime soon. So I think that's a real concern. If it was 2 lanes with a turn lane, even that's a little bit different than just a lot of 2-lane through there. So I agree. I think Councilwoman Strader made a good point about the bar with annexation should be high for a good reason. And I agree with the statements that have been said today. I think annexation for a project like this it's not quite there yet. I think probably we're going to see something pretty similar to this down the road, but I think it would be important to get the timing right. Some of the other infrastructure investments that we need to kind of come along, I think need to happen. This valley is growing pretty fast, so I think you'll see those things happen maybe sooner than later, but we just don't know that today when that will be. So I think a continuance probably isn't necessary tonight, and I would probably not vote in support of this project tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I want to commend Councilmember Little Roberts for at least asking the question. I wasn't in support of this project, and I didn't know if it's because it was 10 o'clock or it's because I had big questions and concerns about the project. And certainly hearing from my colleagues, it confirmed that this project doesn't meet our standards for Meridian right now. I do want to pass this along to the applicant. These micro community concepts, I think, are really intriguing and as a way to really foster like neighborly interactions in a multifamily environment. So I don't want these types of concepts to go away. They just need to be executed much better. There's just too many thresholds we're being asked to overcome, and I'm certainly not supportive of it.
With that, council?
Mr. Mayor, I believe I would move that we close the public hearing on agenda item number 10.
Second.
Have a motion, a second, to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to deny file number H 2023-0043 as presented during the hearing of today's date.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to deny item H 2023-0043. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strainer. Whitlock.
Aye.
Sorry, aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item to deny is approved, which seems odd to say, but that's what it is. So, okay. Thank you. Yep. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 11, which is ordinance number 24-2062. We'll ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies for the length. This is an ordinance amending UDC Section 1118 concerning preservation of private property rights, amending UDC Code Section 111A1 concerning adding new definitions, amending Unified Development Code Section 112A2, Table 112A2 concerning manufactured homes within a residential district, amending UDC Code Section 112A4, Table 2, 112A4 concerning dimensional standards for the R2 district, amending Section 112A5, Table 112A5 concerning dimensional standards for the R4 district, amending UDC Section 112B2, Table 112B2 concerning allowed uses in commercial districts, amending UDC Code Section 112C2, Table 112C2 concerning allowed uses in industrial districts, amending UDC Code Section 112D2, Table 112D2 concerning allowed uses in TNR districts, amending UDC Code Section 113C, 3C6, Table 113C6 concerning dimensional standards for carports for residential use, amending UDC Code Section 11439 concerning daycare facilities, adding UDC Code Section 114351 concerning food truck court specific use standards, adding UDC Code Section 114352 concerning food truck specific use standards, amending UDC Code Section 115A6D4 concerning proof of posting and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, we've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 24-2062.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-2062. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strainer.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Next time up is item 12, which is ordinance number 24-2061. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to Kilgar H 2023-0063 for rezone of a parcel of land located in a portion of Lot 1, Block 1 of Nidays, Second Edition, according to the official plat thereof, filed on plats at page 594, Ada County Records, situate in the northeast quarter of Section 12, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, City of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, more particularly described in Exhibit A, rezoning 0.34 acres of land from the R4 zoning district to the OT zoning district in the Meridian City Code, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps as well as the official zoning maps and all applicable official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. We've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 24-2061.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-2061. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics or a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
not seeing any future meeting topics. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion adjourned. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.